come home in the morning, I go to bed feeling the same way. I ain't nothing but tired. Man, I'm just tired and I'm bored with myself. Hey there, baby, I could use just a little help. You can't start a fire, you can't start a fire without a spark. This gun's for hire, even if we're just dancing in the dark.
Message keeps getting clearer, radio's on and I'm moving around the place. I check my look in the mirror, I wanna change my clothes, my hair, my face. Man, I ain't got it nowhere, just living it up in a dump like this. Is something happening somewhere? Oh baby, I just know there is. You
can't start a fire, you can't start a fire without a spark. This gun's for hire, even if we're just dancing in the dark. Stay on the streets of this town, and they'll be carving you up alright. They say you gotta stay hungry, but hey baby, I'm just about starving tonight. I'm down for some action. I'm sick of sitting around trying to write this book. I need a love reaction. Come on baby, give me just one look. You can't start a fire, you can't start a fire without a spark. This gun's for hire, even if we're just dancing in the dark. Start a fire, sitting around and crying over broken heart. This gun's for hire, even if we're just dancing in the dark. You can't start a fire, worrying about your little world falling apart. This gun's for hire, even if we're just dancing in the dark. Even if we're just dancing in the dark. Even if we're just dancing in the dark.
So no one told you life was gonna be this way. Your job's a joke, you're broke, your love life's DOA. It's like you're always stuck in second gear, and when it hasn't been your day, your week, your month, or your year, well, I'll be there for you. When the rain starts to fall, and I'll be there for you. Like I've been there before, I'll be there for you. 'Cause you're there for me too. You're there for me too. You're still in bed at 10 and work began at 8. You burnt your breakfast, so far things are going great. Oh, your mother told you there'd be days like these, but she didn't tell you when the world has got you down on your knees, that I'll be there for you when the rain starts to fall, and I'll 'cause you're there for me too. You're there for me too. I'm gonna fight 'em all. Seven Nation Army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it all. Taking their time
Hello?
right behind my back.
Hello? Good morning. Please take your seats. Molt bé, molta il·lusió. Parlem després. Good morning, please take your seats. We would like to start. Sí, vés-los fer venint, sí. Els del... Pues ja està bé. Sí. Merci. Hello, good morning. Please take your seats. We would like to start. You will have the chance to make another coffee later, don't worry. Coffee, water, juice, whatever you want. Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome. Welcome to 9th edition of SAP Inside Track Barcelona 2025. We are very excited to have all of you here. You know, for those who are newbies, SAP Inside Track is an event organized from the community. We are all volunteers, and it's organized for you, developers, IT people, for SAP community colleagues here in Barcelona. So welcome, and we are very happy to have all of you here. And thanks for coming, and thanks for making it happen. Today, we have built this agenda for you. You already know it was in the website. Just to mention, we will have some surprises along the day, so stay tuned, because Luis Salvador, that I don't see him, will explain you in a minute. Luis? I don't know. Well, anyway, We would like to first thanks to all volunteers, to all the speakers who will present the sessions today. They will introduce their expertise fields of knowledge, they will share the tips, they will share their experiences, and we are very, very happy to have all of them here. Some of them also it's not the first time that they speak here, so we are very happy to still have them on board. And they all say you hi. Okay, also this event, you see all the infrastructure, the catering, the surprises that you will see later has been possible thanks to all the sponsors, all the partners that believe in the community spirit, that believe in the community itself, and they are very, very happy to support us. So big thank you for all our sponsors. We don't believe that every year we add a new sponsor on board, so we are very, very thankful. Thanks to all. And now I just give, yes, 1 sec. Yeah, vale. Just only for being here, just to dedicate 1 day of your week here to spend with us, to learn, to connect with other colleagues, we would like to give, to say that you will learn, that you will connect, that you will share your experiences, but also you, only for being here, you will be able to win 2 electronic books provided by SAP Espresso, and also all of you who are interested to have 4-week trials access to Espresso platform library, let us know at the end of the day, or maybe in the next week. We also have Inigo here. Thanks a lot. Also, SAP Express also provides us 4 electronic books that also we will make a draw along the day. And here, I let the...
Now my time. Now is the freaky time. As an special prize for today's session, we think to make you participate in a contest, and you need to scan the QR, and let me explain the instructions. So it is a game of a kind of ability that you need to capture some screenshot in your mobile, and the screenshot must be uploaded as an answer to this post. You will find this post in the SAP Community Barcelona groups. You will find the link. And now David will show you the game, and you have all the day to try to practice. And once you publish the screenshot in the community, you have to go to 2 colleagues that are here, that are the innocent hands, and they will select the winners for this special prize of the backpacks.
Is it clear?
This is the game.
Is it clear the game? I will repeat the QR code. They will go to this video. You have to make a screenshot, and then you have to upload. Sorry. Here in SAP Community, you all know that we have SAP Community Group Barcelona. So there is a blog post. You will have to upload your photo here.
Right.
Okay, so at the end of the day, more or less at
We have
close to 3 p.m., we will make the first draw, and when we will go to the closing, we will do the second part of the draw. So you will be able to win at this backpack for you with our logo printed. No.
Remember that you have to use your mobile and you have to publish the screenshot in the SAP community blog post. And
So this is the QR
but-
where you could.
can you open the web, the video? Here. Here, the game is you have to take the screenshot once the picture, the frame, is over the back landscape of the picture. It's not easy. You have a lot of time to practice. You can use for sure SAP Joule, GPT, Copilot, or everything.
Okay, then let's start. Thanks a lot for being here. Now we want to welcome Guillermo from Syntax, who will kick off our SAP Inside Track Barcelona 2025. Thanks a lot.
Creo que sí que tengo. Sí.
Just only one remark, I forgot to mention it. We started, many of you know, in 2017, okay? So next year we will celebrate our 10th anniversary, thanks to all of you. And we have tried to build community here in Barcelona. And for me, I'm very happy to share with you that this year we have 3 new SAP champions from Barcelona. So Luis Salvador from Seidor, Antonio de Ancos, and Daniel Mateo are the new 3 guys that belong to SAP Champions program from this year. So we are very happy to have this sense of community here in Barcelona and also in Madrid. Thanks a lot.
Okay. So, hi everyone. As David said, I'm Guillermo. I'm from Syntax, and I brought one of my colleagues, Eli, to help me with the presentation and the demo. We are part of the global business innovation team in Syntax, and we are in charge of building software products that bring some innovation and bring some differentiation for the company. And today, I brought an experience that we have by trying to bring AI closer to the SAP, but not the SAP world, that it's the conversation, but to the SAP on-premise servers. So this experience we had the chance to showcase last week in SAPTECHED, but more on a technical view. We had only 6 minutes to do a demo, but today I want to bring a little more of context on what we did. So if we go for the agenda, we will explain the motivation, why we did that, why we tried that, the challenge that we have, how we solve it, the technology that's in behind, and the business value that we have found out by trying it. And then Eli will do a short demo on the POC that we have built for you to see it live. So if we go back for the next one. So yeah, our business motivations was to bring AI closer to SAP on-premise, because whenever you hear about AI in SAP, you're always talking about BTP, SAP AI Core, all the things in the cloud, but we found out that there is a lack of communication with the SAP on-prem, that it's, according to Gartner in 2024, it was 70% of the customers that still have on-premise servers. So these systems have a big amount of data that can be consumed and can be used to offer a better experience for the users. And for us, on-premise is not legacy. It's still critical. It will be there for a long time. So let's try to find a way to bring them together. And yeah, so what are the benefits that we think that this approach will bring? So it's unlock hidden value. That means that you will retrieve historical data from legacy servers and build that and merge it together with other information that can come from different sources. That will speed up the decisions in the business. Well, everything that the AI promises for us to do. If we want to go back to the next one. What's our challenge? What's the challenge that we have used to try this new approach? Is for a long time we have a tool that is CXLink for archive link, for DMS. It's a tool that connects structured data with unstructured data using the archive link protocol in the CMIS. So we have a lot of data in the database, structured data in the SAP database, but then we have thousands or millions, including documents attached to this SAP server, hosted somewhere else. We offer that option to host them on the different hyperscalers, and for that demo, we will use AWS for that. So what do we want to do? So again, some of our customers came to us saying, okay, yes, I have this amount of documents, but I cannot consume them. There are no relations with the data other than going to the SAP transactions and trying to download the attachments. Now I have all these documents in the AWS bucket. I can access them, but then I don't know how to consume them. So we try to do we think about doing a rack, a vector database with all the documents, but it's too big, it's too expensive in terms of cost, and it's really expensive in terms of operations, because you need to continuously update the vector database, test it, and it didn't make sense for this kind of a scenario. If we go to the next one. So I think a few months ago, the MCP for ABAP, a set of guys released an MCP for ABAP that has allowed us to get information from both worlds in an easier way. So what's the challenge that we want to face right now is that the SAP complex data is hundreds of tools, custom logic. If you want to do something, you need to know the reports, you need to know the logic behind that. If you want to go for the specific attachment that you have there, you need to then, again, download the software, the PDF or whatever, and read it. And with the MCP solutions, we get this relationship semantic. We get the semantics of the SAP business into AI native format. And it acts as a bridge between the both worlds. What are the benefits? The business object exposure. At the end, the MCP is exposing all the data from the SAP, and it's exposing based on the authorizations, but you can expose all the SAP data, and you also expose all this unstructured data that is attached to your SAP server. It's security and governance. The MCP server runs in the SICF service, so you have authorization, and in order to invoke it, you will need specific permissions to do that. So it's secure, and always if you set the proper security for it, you can create dynamic queries. So at the end, you have a lot of models available. OpenAI, Anthropic, that know the SAP structure, so then you can ask the models what's the proper structure. If I ask a question, what tables do I need to consult to get the information? There is data integrity. There is nothing extracted from the SAP server. There is nothing extracted from the documents. You are not storing a database that can be outdated or can be corrupted. So you are not relying in a third component. It's real-time access. Again, you ask. The data is consulted, and you get the information back. And it's an hybrid approach. So you can have the application running on BTP, and then you can, but still use all the power of the SAP servers that you have in home. So if we go to the next one, I assume everybody knows, but just in case, what's an MCP server? It's a new protocol created by Anthropic, that what it does is to expose different sources. It can be databases, it can be repositories, it can be APIs, public APIs, in a way that the AI agents can consume natively, and then you can use all this information to enrich the context of the task that you want to achieve. The key components, there are two. It's the MCP client, that it can be something that you build. In this case, for the live demo today, it's an application running in CAP with UI. It's an UI5 Fiori application, but you can use code assistance, as we do. You can use the chat application, Teams, Slack, whatever, to consume that MCP server, and the MCP server itself. Again, it can be a standalone application, it can be something running whatever, and in this case, it's running within the SAP on-premise server. And the MCP server, what it does is to access different resources. What are the core parts of the SAP server? The tools that are functions that the agent can execute to retrieve some information. So you can, if you let the AI agent want for information, they will try to create these functions, but if you can create it manually, so you can specify directly what you want to achieve. The resources, again, databases, documents, APIs, whatever you want. And the prompts, that is the part where you tell the agent how to behave in order to get the best result for what you want to achieve. Why it matters for us is that it enables AI assistants to access those servers that were, for now, stayed a part of the rest of the cloud environment. If we go for the next one, please. So what's our solution that we will showcase today? Again, simple as possible, as much as simple as possible. It's the user layer. It's a Fiori application running, in this case, local, but in BTP. Then we have the BTP layer that is using LangGraph to orchestrate 4 agents that we will see later. And we have access to different LLM services. In this case, we are using Cloud Sonnet, but you can choose whatever you want. Whatever is best for you, maybe better say it. And then with the Cloud Connector, we are connecting directly to this SAP app that it's running within the SAP server as a SAICF service and published through HTTP. And then we will be using Archive Link to retrieve the unstructured data attached to a specific document. In our case, it's CX Link, but you can use it with whatever other content repository you have. Let's go for the next one. Let's go. So what is this multi-agent orchestration? So then the MCP service has to, well, the application has 4 agents. The first one, every time that you ask something to the chat, it will go to the orchestrator agent. It analyzes the user intent. What do you want to achieve with that? What he understands you want to achieve with that. Checks if there is any tool that he can use to retrieve the data quickly. If not, it routes to the appropriate agent. Again, if he knows that he has a tool, then it goes to the data agent, that it's the current agent that executes the MCP tool, so it will be doing, asking functions to retrieve data from the SAP, retrieves the data, and fetches these documents from Amazon S3. If the orchestrator finds out that it doesn't, and that's the case that we want to retrieve, so you can create as many tools as you want, but in case that you miss one and you don't want to develop it, with the tool generator, what we do is let the agent know how to build a new tool for a specific use case. And so then it detects, the orchestrator detects that it doesn't have any tool, it does all the requests needed, and then he finds out what tables do he needs to access, what filters do we need to apply, and then it creates that in a new tool that will be continuously used by the data agent. And at the end, it's a synthesizer. So you will get a lot of information coming from all these actions. So the synthesizer, what it does is just simplifies the message for the customer in order that only the important information is displayed instead of having a big output like it happens sometimes with ChatGPT or whatever. So if we go to the next one. What is the business value that we have found out with that, doing this exercise and focusing on a specific use cases, not as a whole. It's that the tool is 90%, we have a 90% reduction in the tool creation because we don't need to code. It's the same agent that creates that tooling to access different parts of the SAP server. It's near zero, we will not lie, there is code there, but it's just, there is one-time code that you need to apply to the SAP server. Once it have it, then it's close to zero. You don't need to do anything else. And 75% less search time, in the meaning that, again, if you want to find out an instruction and a user guide that we will, as we will see in the demo, You will need to go to the equipment, you will need to go to the attachments that you need to download and read a PDF that may have tens of pages. So the search time has been reduced by 70% more or less. For us, it eliminates IT bottlenecks. You don't need to go and transport the transport request for that. So you can go directly for the data without having to develop anything else. You are using the documents wisely, so you have all this amount of data, but you will only use the ones that are needed for this specific request. And reduces the operational costs. Again, you don't need to create code, you don't need to create a transport order, and then you need to ask your company to deploy it in all the servers. It's directly accessing the code. So I think it's the last one that we will see right now. Well, it's time for the demo. So please go for the next one, just a single moment. So what do we see in the demo? So this came from a customer a long time ago. It's an operator in a factory. There is an equipment that is misbehaving, and then he can go to a chat and then ask all this information. What's the work order? What's the equipment that is failing? What can we do with that? And how to bring all this information in a single chat for a simpler user experience for those people that doesn't need to have SAP experience to use that information. And in the second part, we will want to show, there are two really fast demos, how to request for BOM components, how to access installation procedures from the SAP documentation, retrieve assembly instructions from the unstructured data, and how it will fail because the user doesn't have the proper permissions to get to call a specific function. So now, Eli, it's yours. Let's go for the demo. So this is the output of the agent orchestration. Now we will create a new chat. This is like an operator, arrives to the factory, and then it asks, hey, we will ask, hey, there is any maintenance order or task order open for me to do something with? So, and then it will trigger all the process. It will call the orchestrator. As you see, this is the first agent. Every time that we ask something, it will go through the orchestrator. Then it hopefully go to the data agents. And you can see the analysis says, okay, you want me to go to the maintenance orders, see the status, see the equipment assignments, schedule dates, priority levels, whatever. So he's retrieving that information directly from the object type, the AUFM, and then it goes back again and says, okay, give me details. And then it has this detail saying, hey, yeah, you have an order for the hydraulic press HP A001, and the equipment is this number. So now, okay, it's making unusual noise. Let's ask what can be wrong with the equipment. And okay, and the final part, you see, it's orchestrator, it's data agent, it's synthesizer. This tool already exists, so we are not going through the tool generator. We will go for that later. But you see the processes: orchestrator, data agent, synthesizer, and then the orchestrator sends it back. Again, orchestrator. Then it will go and say, okay, you are asking me, again, the intent analysis. You want specific specifications for the equipment. You want the technical parameters, the failures mode, blah, blah, blah. He finds out that there is a one attachment that is the hydraulic press instructions, and from that instructions, it reads the contents and says, okay, stop operations immediately and inspect both the oil filter and the working hydraulic seals. So let's go. What's next? What are the components of the equipment? Let's see what components do we have in this equipment. We are not sure. Maybe it's something new in the company and doesn't know what are the components for this specific equipment. So now it will go again. It will go for the database. There you will see it doesn't have any tool. It's saying, okay, you are asking me for bill of materials. I don't have this tool. I know that the SAP objects are the There are two tables, the MARA, the equity, and the STPO. So there is no gap. I will send it to the, well, this is going too fast, but I will send it to the tool generator. I will create a tool for, if you ask me again for a bill of materials, I will be able to use that tool to be faster in the response time. So again, then you have the three components that are part of the hydraulic press. This information comes from the SAP database. And now we will ask, hey, is there any stock? So I want to replace the seals. I don't have in the plant. So I will ask, is there any stocks for seals in plant 1? And then it will go again. It will ask all the SAP objects that you want to do, the MRD. So it will go again and says, is there any? Check availability. And it will come out, hopefully, with, we don't have the stock for that. So plan 1 has 0 units, it's unrestricted stock. What we need to do? So let's create a purchase order with 8 units for the process to start to have these pieces back, to have the pieces in the stock. So again, in all this time, the orchestrator is doing the same. It's orchestrator, asks the data agent, checks for the tool. If the tool exists, asks the data agent to execute it. If it doesn't install, it goes to the tool generator, back to the data agent, and at the end is always the synthesizer simplifying the message for an easier read. Again, we ask for that, and then we have a new purchase order with a random number, with 5 units, with a specific delivery date. So now we can go, we can wait for the pieces to come, then we will fix it, and then we can close the purchase order. But just this all can be done by a simple operator that doesn't need to have specific knowledge on the SAP server, doesn't need to access the different transactions from SAP. So the learning curve is less for this kind of role. Again, this is a small role. You can use case. You can find any use case that is better for you, but this is a way to access both the structured and unstructured data both from the same place. And now in the second demo, if we can go, again, this is just for us to showcase that it's a secure approach. We will ask again for a specific equipment. We will ask for instructions for how to change a piece, and then we will try to call a function that it will say you don't have permissions to do that. For now, it's a new equipment. It's a number 5. We already know we want to make this short. So it will go again, orchestrator. Let's ask to the data. Again, for this demo, there is a memory for all these tools that have been generated. For the purposes of this demo, we have removed that memory. So every time we will try to create the tool. But it's the same process. He knows the data objects, he knows everything, he will go there and he will bring back, based on the attachment, that is the conveyor belt instructions, what we need to do. Let's think that in this case we have the stock, so we can go there. So what are the instructions to change? I don't remember, that's in the belt. So then it will go. Now this is structured data. Again, it will go for the documents attached to the application. Just a few seconds. Done. And then, again, all the time is, but it's simple. It's 4 agents. It looks like it's complex. It's 4 agents with every one of them with a specific purpose. And then he will retrieve again both. There are 2, and he understands that he has to check both PDF files that are attached to the customer, and then you have an installation from equipment. What do you need to do to change this? To change the parts of the parts of the equipment. And one last thing is just to check the authorizations. Eli will ask for a forbidden function. So even if I try to access information that is not supposed for me to access, based on the role that is attached to the SIECF and the user, it will go for a different equipment, and then it will try to get this information, but at the end it will send back an unauthorized message for that. So let's wait if it works. I heard Nara von Tenen last week from the SAP Tech saying you never know what the AI will do, but hopefully it will do what we expect. And maybe it's, yeah, and there it is. So it's gone the whole place, but it doesn't have the authorization. So you don't have permissions to ask for this request. So that's mostly all. It's a small use case, but using AI has simplified a lot the time that we spend developing things when using this information. And okay, if we go back for the presentation and we go for the last slide. The next one, the lessons learned. Think big. It's the same message with AI. Think big. You can do a lot of things with AI, but start small. Find a use case and a specific use case and a specific need, and work on that. Because if you try to do many things at the same time, then the AI and the development of the tools gets completely crazy. Keep it simple. Find a use case, and then you will, as we saw, it's a small use case, but it can simplify the daily task of a person. Work in the requirements. Again, this is a use case, and understand the use case that you want to do. Don't start trying to there's a Spanish expression, I don't know if that makes sense in English, it's building the house from the roof, so from the top. So spend time understanding the requirements before starting coding. At the beginning, it has a step learning curve, so it will seem that it's really hard to understand what you should do, but after a few days, then you start feeling that it's really powerful and it can help you on a daily basis. And enjoy it. So it's something that we try to do in our team. It's try to explore new ways of doing things and find new options to achieve what you want to do. So that's all for my side, and I hope you enjoy it, and thank you.
Hey, hi everyone. So I was invited to this event, and while we were discussing the topics, I noticed that I was the only one that was not going to talk about AI at all. Okay, I'm going to talk about normal intelligence, so people intelligence. My name is Herman Mesa. I've been working for 200 years delivering SAP projects around the world, and I'm part of one initiative that basically tried to narrow the gap between SAP, universities, and companies. To relax yourself, I'm not a sales guy, so forget about me. So you can see my dressing code doesn't fit at all. Okay. So what the conversation is about is how to enable students. And yeah, I'm saying students, and we always think about young people. at the university, but I'm also thinking that I'm a student myself for the last 30 years. Okay, so I remember my last day at the university. I was, looking at the final grade. I say, oh, fantastic. So that's the last exam I will ever make. From now on, working time, fine. I was completely mistaken. Okay, since then, every single year you need to learn something. And this is something that I will focus on the real students at the university. But if you change your mind a little bit, can be also valid for you. Okay, so it's quite an impressive title. I didn't compose that myself. I don't know so much. Okay, so if I had to explain this conversation for you, is basically how to learn SAP on budget. Okay, so that's how I started to compose this slide deck. So basically, the goal was something that's free of charge, that you can use freely, easily, that you can do at home at your own pace. That's the idea. And again, this is not just about the students. So yeah, I'm a father of a daughter that's 22 years old, and she's asking me about this. Okay, so that's a good starting point for those students or for people that are starting now in a company. Okay, having said that, so the first step is try to understand what the market wants to have. And yeah, I was reading a lot of reports, and I came to a report that was published this year. It's called Future of Jobs. That's for the World Economic Forum. Okay. Jesus me, it's really hard to read, but okay, so this is my take. So they are qualifying what are the most interesting jobs, how the future is going to look like. So yeah, obviously that's easy. And the second part that I believe is even more interesting is what skills are required in the market. And to me, that's probably the most important part because, yeah, well, myself, I started as a developer. I was a developer. A couple of years later, I was doing integration. A couple of years later, I was doing mobility. A couple of years later, I was doing something else. And now I'm working in manufacturing, and I'm very happy with that. Okay, so that basically tells you that whatever you are doing now, probably in 5 years, is not going to be the same. And that works for everybody. So I will just name one by one what are the 4 most demanded skills in the market. First one is analytic thinking. Okay, I don't need technology for that. Just need my brain. Second one is active learning and learning strategies. Wow, I don't need any technology for that either. Okay, let's go for the next one. Oh, critical thinking and analysis. Again, you have it. No, it's one slide at the moment. I don't like to have many slides, so yeah, we didn't know each other, but I can do that with one slide. Yeah, you will get a bunch of slides decks afterwards, so you can go, you can browse, and you can do whatever you like. Okay, so critical thinking, and then complex problem solving. That's it. So they bring you a really complex thing, you decompose in small parts, and then you make things work. Okay. So far, I didn't mention anything like AI or, yeah, well, technology, yeah, they say, well, you don't need to be a dumb, so technology, yeah, you have to know about it, you need to work with it because it's already there, so yeah, that's a given. Okay, so but what's important here is, okay, so if I were a young guy now, that I'm not, obviously, that's a very good starting point. So if I am curious, I like to self-learning, do things like that. I more or less cover half of the skills that are required. Okay, so basically, if I have to describe this, is the future belongs to thinkers and learners. So that's what they say at the end. But I completely affirm that's a very good statement. So now, what's here for you? Okay, so what I will show you now is what we call the SAP University Alliances. I'm part of that as how do we call it? A pro bonus. So I'm a volunteer there. So I'm what it's called an SAP ambassador Very, very funny name. So I go to the universities, I try to talk to students that are either in the career or they are ending the career to find a path. I do it for free, and I have a lot of fun because I can basically talk to real people with real worries. It's not just business, okay? So what are we doing? Well, that's a statement, that's our vision. So we like to bring companies, people, universities together. And that's based on an offering of trainings, tools, people like me that go there, make talks, guide people to do things, next steps, career advice, things like that, okay? So I'm a very lucky guy because I have the best profession ever. So I'm a consultant. Yeah, doesn't sound very fancy. But during 30 years, what I was doing was, I was making trains, I was making planes, I was working in a, where was it? In a hospital. I was working in a refinery. So every 2 or 3 years, I was completely changing my scope. And in the meantime, I was traveling more or less everywhere in the world. And that's a career path. So I can see some young people, well, average age here, probably, 40, something like that. And that's part of another program we have that's called Next Generation. SAP Next Generation is basically trying to find the next, who is going to replace us. In this case, it's more like company-based, it's internal. So we talk to the interims that are coming, and we try to give them mentorships and things like that. That's the idea. Okay, so how can we help these people that are confused and lost in the dark? Let's go for the third one. 3 slides so far, so not that bad. Okay, so the first thing I will tell them is, thing number 0. Get a pen and a paper. Okay, you will be surprised how many things you can do with that. That's the first thing. Second thing, there's a link here. Okay, so that takes you to the SAP Learning Hub. So any of you, probably you all know SAP Learning Hub. But you know SAP Learning Hub for companies. I do have my SAP Learning Hub for SAP employees. That's special, I will say. It has a little bit more content. For students, there's a free edition. You go there. It has a very strict code that basically you just need your email, and that email has to be linked to a university, period. Okay? You go there, you inscribe yourself with your university email, and after, they say 72 hours, could be a couple of days, 3 days, 4 days, it depends, you get access to that. What do you get access to? You get access to all the learning paths that you probably know. You get access to systems where you actually can play with. That's also one thing that we are missing when we are at the university. We don't have experience working with systems. Here you have free systems. You can go there, make your exercise, well done. If you are a teacher, what do you get from it? You get resources, you get material, you can embed SAP topics in your classes. You are teaching finance. Well, I can see my daughter working with finance nowadays. We have an Excel sheet and we are doing things like this and that. That's not how the companies work, not anymore. So you can go, you can take your finance stream, you can go there, take your training in a real SAP system and do your finance stuff. So at the end of the day, when you go to the market, guess what? So you can say, first of all, I know what SAP is. I was working with SAP, As a student, finance, I could do exercises. I know more or less what you are talking about. And that's a big plus for them. What else do you get? Well, it's good to have all these systems, it's good to have all these resources, but sometimes you need to prove people that you are actually that good. Then you get exams for free. So you have 2 exam certifications for free. If you are good, you can get 2 certifications at the end of the year. If you are not that good, or as me, maybe one. But at least you have two chances. You go there, you can prove that you, more or less, you were attending to the class. I will say it like that, okay? In any other case, you can get the badge. Well, you know what the badge is. So badge is, yeah, I was sitting there, passing the slides, listening, but I cannot prove what I was of any good for me, okay? What else do you have? Well, you have sessions, so you have live sessions with experts, and this is something that is taken very seriously as well. So every now and then there are live sessions that you can connect, and you can see actually what people is doing in those fields. Okay, so now, if you now, at this time, you go to this link and you start to browse all the trainings, you will say, oh my God, there are hundreds of them, so where shall I start? That's normally the first thing they ask me at the university, so that's fantastic. So we had, 400 chances, 400 roads. Where shall I start? Where do I lead to? Okay. I was thinking about that, so I always give the same advice. So first, you need to understand what you're talking about. So there is a very good one, and I don't know if it's going to be visible, to be honest, but okay, I will give a try. Okay, so if they ask me, where shall I start? This one. This training tells you what are the end-to-end processes in SAP. You go there, you take a look, you see, oh, there are finance, there is procurement, there is manufacturing, etc. You take a look, you say, well, that rings the bell. Finance rings the bell. Well, no, finance doesn't ring the bell to anyone. Anyway, manufacturing rings the bell. Okay. Then you say, okay, well, I like this process. I like how it looks like. And then you can focus on the next one. And then you go for the manufacturing path. You go there, you learn, okay, and at least you are a little bit more focused. Okay, so membership options. That is money. Students for free. Universities mostly for free. They have a free option, they have a paid option with some things on the top that basically you can get extra resources, extra systems, etc. But I don't believe, is there anyone from a university here? No one? Okay, so that's not a topic. Again, try to get this on charge. Okay, so let's go for the next part of it. Oops. Okay, so yeah, here are the details, so you will get this, don't worry. Okay, 3 slides. Fourth slide. So now I'm going to talk about, okay, that's good. So we have training, we have access to systems, but how does the companies work? I never work in a company. I don't know how they work, so I have no idea. So everything looks like, yeah, there are exercises, they are guiding you step by step. There is no much learning there, thinking learning, okay? And we mentioned that was one of the skills that are required. And this is where, I don't know if anyone heard about this one. So this is basically a business simulator game. It's what I will call a flight simulator. Okay. So basically, how does it work? So it's a company, is partnered with SAP, it's a business university in Canada. And they created some time ago something that's called ERP simulator, that was simulating how a real company with synthetic data works. And based on that, you had to take decisions. What they have done for students is a slightly slimmer version of it. And it's called Business Builder. And basically, how it works is that based on synthetic data, you have business scenarios. Okay, my favorite one. So there is a disruption in Panama Channel. It's Christmas time, so the person needs to go to US. How do we do that? How do we create new routes for the logistic? What products do we have to prioritize? Those are the kind of questions that are in this kind of game. They are not saying, yeah, go to this transaction X, Y, Z, create a movement. No, it's not about that. So they are putting things on the table, scenarios, and then you need to take decisions based on the information that you can find in an SAP system. That's pretty cool. If you want to get good use of it, my piece of advice, get several teams, compete each other, and they are led by an instructor. That could be someone from the company, could be someone from the university, or you can choose one at random. Why I'm saying that? Because this person is the one that is going to put all the questions on the table. Is the one that is going to evaluate the answers, because there is not a good answer. That's the funny thing of it. There is not a good answer. Okay? You can have many possible answers to the same question. Okay? How much is it? As I said, and I promise, nothing. You go there, you ask for joining this. Again, you got your university credentials, and you go there and you can play. For instructors, there is material that basically is leading you. It's like it's a role game. So you go there, and then it's making questions, and the level of difficulty of those questions are increasing as you go through the game. Okay. It's just that, so you give an answer, and so, no, you can make it a little bit funnier. Maybe you need to present that to other people. Maybe you need to explain others why your position is better than their position. So what they are telling you here with this kind of gaming is, it's going to be analytic thinking. It's going to be, obviously you need to learn a little bit about all these topics. Well, it's self-learning, and also it's about the storytelling. It's about the storytelling. You need to convince people using your tools that your decision based on facts is the best. And that's pretty cool, because it can be very intense, my experience. Those are the different scenarios that you have. You have the supply chain resilience. That's basically when all the kids are getting without presents this Christmas. That's one. You have what they call the international expansion. That's basically that you have multiple companies that are merging. How does it work? Obviously, as a student, they are not going to tell you, you go there, you have, that's not going to be your first work at all, okay? How difficult it is from the data perspective. I would say that all the data that they have created is good enough to make you take decisions. It's not overcomplicated. Okay, that's one thing that's important. If you are putting too much information, people, they are just overwhelmed. They don't know. I mean, there's too much information. So all the data sets, all the scenarios are really keep tight to the point of learning. What else do you have? Well, we have sustainability portfolio. What can we do in our company to reduce the levels of CO2? That's something that is quite popular nowadays. Sport management, so that's something that we all know about, so sports. We are all trainers and we know a lot about it. Sport management is not just about, I have a football team who has to play Mbappé or whoever. No, it's not about that. It's about the business around that sport. Do I have shops? Do I have extra income sources? How do I manage that? Okay. And then intro to business, those are for large classes, so that's something that probably you don't need to think very much about it nowadays. How to start? You will get a link. You can go there, you take a look, you see if the material that you see convinces you, yes, no, it's for free. Then last but not least, okay, this is a call, this is a mandatory call I have every time I go to a presentation, so what's next? Okay, the first thing I have to say, so the SAP University Alliances, we have events everywhere in the world. Okay, here we have some universities we are collaborating with, and we have all events that are happening from time to time. So you want to get in touch with us, this is the place to go. And obviously, what else do we have? If you want to contact us online, that's the place to go. So as I promised, that's going to be a very short discussion, and I believe that what I promised, I can stick it, because, yeah, basically, whatever I have shown you doesn't require any previous experience in technology or processes or anything like that. That's the first thing. So the second thing is that mostly when you are developing, and I'm a technical guy, so what you are starting to develop your career it's about what ignites you, it's about curiosity, it's about what the next step helps you to. So don't think, I can see some young people here, so don't think that what you are doing now is what you are going to be doing in the future. It doesn't work like that, so you can evolve. The third part, and I believe, is that basically focus on the human part of your career development. That's the only thing you can take with you. So if SAP collapses tomorrow, that's something that you will take with you. Okay, so you are not just focused on the latest, brightest technology piece that is just jumping into the market. Try to understand the processes, try to understand the logic behind every company. And I believe that you are then in a very good position. And yeah, something like this. So if I have to condense everything that's used in SAP, it's not about technology, it's not about processes, it's about trying to understand, try to analyze whatever information is happening in your company and take informed decisions. And to the relief of the organizers, I'm already done, so thank you very much for your attention. So we are back in time.
Si quieres me pongo aquí mientras tanto por si acaso no funciona bien el botón o algo. Perfecto. ¿No? Tengo alternativa. ¿Ah, sí? Vale, vale. Okay. Pues cuando... Hello, good morning. Reimagining the relationship with the customer through the AI, SAP BTP, and advanced clustering. A very difficult name. I'm Juan Carlos Vidaller. I'm Cloud Development Manager in Avale. And with me is Gerard Prats, Artificial Intelligence Expert, also in Avale. This is the agenda, but I don't want to do spoilers, so I will start with the introduction. This is a tool that Avale has developed and is available in the SAP store. The name is also very easy. Enhanced CX segmentation tool for Sales Cloud. I'm a technician. I'm not a Sales Cloud expert or marketing expert. But a segmentation tool is something that is required if you want to sell or if you want to improve the relationship with your customers, okay? If you want to sell a product, you want to sell a service, you want to prepare an event like this, you have contacts, and maybe you can broadcast this event, this new product, this new service to all your contacts, but it will be expensive in most of the cases. And also, it's not good for the relationship with your customers, because if you are flooding with campaigns and different products, different services that maybe this customer is not interested in, is dangerous, because maybe the next campaign, he will ignore this campaign, because if the message that this customer receives is that is receiving all the stuff you are throwing to everybody, this is a bad way to communicate your things to your customers. So these kind of tools are useful for trying to find who are the more interested customers on your service, on your product, your event, your campaign, or whatever, okay? And why we implemented this tool? We were working on a company. This company was using the old SAP CRM. As you know, this is a product for managing the relationship with your customers. And we were looking for alternative to this product. It's a very powerful product. It's very useful for people that want to maintain the relationship with their customers, but it was in sunset period, so we were looking for alternatives. The final, what we decided to migrate to was to Sales Cloud, SAP Sales Cloud, that is like the CRM on the cloud, the successor, and also SAP Emarsys. Emarsys is a company that SAP bought several years ago and is specialized in marketing. So now this is a product in the brochure of products of SAP, and it's a marketing tool, okay? So the objective was clear: migrate to SAP Sales Cloud and migrate to SAP Emarsys. In a CRM, there are a lot of functionalities. There are different departments that use this CRM to manage the communications, the relationship with their customers. But in this case, there was a department, marketing, that they have an expectation. Their expectation is to keep advanced segmentation capabilities, because the old CRM, it was old, but it had a very powerful segmentator tool. And they want to maintain these functionalities. You are migrating to a new version of the products, you have new capabilities, but the idea is to maintain the capabilities that you are using now. But what was the reality? The reality was, and I'm speaking 3-4 years ago, so maybe this has changed in that moment, but the reality in that moment was that SAP Emarsys was very good for B2C. The segmentation tool of SAP Emarsys was very good for B2C, but not so good for B2B. What does it mean? This company was working with other companies. Their customers were other companies. SAP Emarsys was very good for customers that are people. In CRM language, people are contacts, companies are accounts, okay? So for contacts was very good, for accounts it was not so good. And the 90% of the business of this company was with other big companies. Sales Cloud has also a segmentation tool, but it was not, well, very limited segmentation tool. Perfect. So we had there a big gap in functionality. Then we spoke with SAP. They put us in contact with another provider and another partner, Capelot, I think, I'm not sure. This partner had a segmentation tool also, very useful. It could manage contacts and also accounts, companies, okay, so good. But it had several limitations that it was difficult to add to this tool. So finally, it was not an option. The standard solution didn't cover the requirements. So finally, the decision was to build a custom segmentation tool designed for B2B and also for B2C scenarios, integrated with Sales Cloud and MRCs, and also with the idea that we were planning a project. This project has a scheduled go live, and it was not possible to move this go live. With the idea of reducing the development time and thinking in a platform that this solution could grow in the future, we took profit of SAP BTP capabilities. Okay? So the solution has been developed on SAP BTP using SAP CAP. CAP is a framework, full stack framework for developing applications. The backend with Node.js, also with Java, but in this case is Node.js. The front end could be whatever you want, but in this case was free, UI5 Fiori. You can use Fiori elements, or if you want to use another user interface framework, is possible. Okay. So we need two runtimes in BTP. One for the tool, another one for synchronizing the data. This data was synchronized in a database. In BTP, you can choose HANA Cloud or Progress SQL. In this case, we wanted a very powerful and quick database, so finally we decided to use SAP HANA Cloud. And well, over SAP BTP, the connection with Sales Cloud, with MRCs, was very easy, using the destination, all the connectivity, the security, principal propagations, and so on. Okay? So finally, what we implemented was an application, a tool, that enables us to establish the segmentation criteria in an easy way, integrates with Sales Cloud and MRCs, and improve the effectiveness of the marketing campaigns. As I explained at the beginning, the idea is to send the campaigns to the people, to the companies, to the contacts that should be interested on this product, on this service, on this event, on this campaign. Okay? So doing that, the idea is that we strengthen the relationship with your customers. That was a little bit the idea of the title at the beginning of the presentation. Okay, this is the application. As you can see, the interface is UI5. It's very easy to use. At the beginning, the user can choose if they want to work with contacts, remember, people, or accounts, companies. Then on the left, sorry, I'm a little bit dyslexic. On the left, you have a panel with a lot of sections with properties of contacts and accounts. Properties like gender, age, country, languages, in case of companies, if the company is in the IBEX 35, sector of the company, whatever, but also marketing properties, calculated marketing properties like last interaction, if there was an interaction the last month, the last quarter, the last semester, the last year, more than a year, never, okay? So you have here a lot of properties, and the marketing people, what do is drag one of these properties to the box of the contacts or partners, and the tool generates a segment for each value of this property. In the case of the last interaction, it will generate a property for the contacts that interacted the last month, the last 3 months, the last semester, the last year, more than a year, and or never. Then you see the number of contacts that there are in each segment, and also clicking on the segment, it appears a menu, and on the right is possible to check the list of contacts that are in the contacts or accounts that are in that segment, okay? So the idea for these people is to repeat this process as many times as they want. They are dragging properties to different levels of these trees. The tree is growing, and then it's like I imagine these marketing people playing with this tool, dragging one property, other, changing the order, and finally, what is possible to do with this tool is to mark those segments that could be target group candidates. The target group in CRM language is the group of your contacts that you send the campaign, okay? So here you can mark different segments in the different levels that could be target group candidates, okay? Finally, in the bottom, there is a blue button where it's possible to generate a target group. Generating a target group is very easy. You put the name, choose the the target group candidates that you want. You can choose all the target groups, all the candidates, 2, 1, 3, 4, the number of candidates that you want. And on the bottom, you see the list of the candidates, the list of contacts or accounts that will be in the future target group. And then, pressing the last button, this group will be generated in Sales Cloud or in MRCs, okay? You can do this the times that you want, create from this screen several target groups using the target group candidates, but also if you want, this segmentation could be saved, and if you visit this segmentation in the future, will be updated with the data that could be changed of your customers, of the providers, or the customers, the companies, or whatever. And well, this tool could cover all the functionalities that the company had. So finally, we implemented a useful tool with a visual interface with drag and drop for segmentation. In real time, you can see the number of the group size, but also the group content of every segment. This tool is integrated with Sales Cloud and MRCs. You can create target groups in these products, and it's designed for B2C and also B2B. That was the gap, or one of the gaps. is available on SAP Store. But the idea is that we implemented this tool with the technology that was there 2-3 years ago, okay? Now BTP has more artificial intelligence capabilities, and if we had to implement this tool now, one of the ways to improve this tool is using artificial intelligence. Maybe in some years, as I say, maybe in some years the artificial intelligence conquers the world and kill all of us, but now it's here for helping us, for improving our capabilities. So Gerard, it's your time, and explain us
Thank you.
how to improve this tool.
Yeah, as my partner said, we have this tool, and it is really effective at customer segmentation. And now the question is, how can we make it better for the future? How can we add onto it to future-proof it using these technologies that have emerged? Because after all, these customer segmentation rule-based approaches work really well when we know all the rules, when we know what attributes we want to assign to certain customers, how we want to segmentate them so we can give different marketing campaigns to them. However, we humans don't know everything. Humans don't have the capability to know every single thing, and so sometimes we need to learn, and that is where machine learning comes into play. I don't know if any of you know this study that was done quite a long time ago. It was done by someone called Eric Gilbert, which analyzed the use of language inside of emails. And what he found out is that sometimes us humans, without knowing, us people, what we do is we use certain words or we use certain combinations of words without knowing why we do this. And these combinations of words point to our point in the hierarchy of a company. So if we speak to someone who is higher on the company ladder, we tend to use certain language. And when we talk to someone who is lower on the company hierarchy, we use different type of language. And this is something that maybe if we look at it ourselves, we won't be able to realize that we even do this. But through artificial intelligence, we can take these patterns and learn from them so that we can learn from how we speak, how we do things, and from real-life data. What can we learn? We can improve in many things. There are studies done in how clustering and how machine learning can aid in training employees. For example, we can use their current abilities to know what other things could be better for their career path, what other things could be better for their career. We can also use them for detecting phishing attempts, because scam emails tend to be written in certain ways. The email addresses tend to be made in certain ways. And so, by using these behaviors, we can also easily detect phishing. And also, something that has become really popular, especially now with the emergence of LLMs, is classifying documentation or understanding documentation. We can use machine learning to learn from the contents of marketing campaigns to extract the key points, to extract the important aspects of these marketing campaigns, so we can better understand them and use them for classification, which lets us be a lot more flexible. So now, how does clustering work, and why is it relevant to this customer segmentation example? Well, machine learning, this machine learning concept of clustering is based on the similarity of data. For example, let's say that we have, I don't know, we have a collection of images about strawberries that have different maturity levels, right? Well, we could have a person that describes the criteria of maturity by, I don't know, maybe the colors of the image, etc. However, we would run into problems because of what we said. We don't know these criteria exactly, images are subject to noise, etc. So we can use artificial intelligence, machine learning, in order to make this process automatic, to make the machine learn what is the better criteria to do this. There's no need for us to label it, it finds it. And this is also the idea that is used for LLMs, for vector embeddings, for example. Certain words tend to be used more closely together, so that it makes it so that, for example, when we have a document about customer experience, it is most associated with certain words, with certain classes, etc. and we can use this for classifying documents. So now, for example, one of the most common examples of clustering is the MNIST dataset, which takes images of handwritten numbers in order for machines to learn the patterns of these handwritten numbers and be able to classify them, whether they are a 0, 1, 2, etc. And what we find out is that despite us knowing how to read numbers, machines tend to perform better when it comes to automating this process. They do it faster, and they do it with more accuracy. Because we humans are more prone to errors, especially when we have a lot of input, because there's things like exhaustion, things like that. So what we can do is use machine learning to basically make these classifications for us, and us, as the humans using these systems, we can interpret this automation and interpret the outputs of these machine learning models to make sense of them, to make decisions around them. And that is where the value appears. The value appears from how we use this information, these machine learning models, to improve our systems. So then, taking it back to customer segmentation, we now have information about our customers, the ones that we presented earlier when we presented the application. But how can we personalize the interactions with them? How can we maybe learn of new groups of customers that we didn't even think about before? Well, what we can do is use clustering. We can use this clustering to basically find out how these customers react to our marketing campaigns. We can use clustering to find out characteristics about these customers that we didn't know about, so we can automate this clustering, so we can basically create new groups of customers. There's lots of studies on this, like, for example, the one I linked, which is enhancing customer segmentation through AI, leveraging k-means clustering and neural network classifiers, which basically explore how we can use this. And many tools that are popular nowadays use some form of machine learning to give content to you. What we can do with clustering is personalize these marketing campaigns. Not only can we personalize them on previous interactions, but we can also personalize them based on information from similar clients. For example, now, chatbots are a really popular way to interact with clients, right? What if, for example, we linked our tool to a chatbot, and depending on what group of customers the customer is part of, we give the chatbot a different mode or different information. What this allows us to do is use this clustering to basically make the tools a lot more flexible. And with that, we can provide clients with a better service because it is tailored specifically to them. And that is how I think, for example, we could improve on this tool, how we would design it if it was created in the world of today. And that will be all for our presentation. If you have any questions, we would gladly take them and answer them.
So now is the best part of the day that you can take a break, go to pick some coffee and relax. So we'll be here in around 20 or 25 minutes.
calm before the storm, and I know it's been coming for some time. When it's over, so they say, it'll rain a sunny day, and I know shining out like water. And I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? And I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain coming down a sunny day? Yesterday and days before, sun is cold and rain is hard, and I know it's been that way for all my time, till forever on it goes, through the circle fast and slow, and I know it can't stop, I wonder. And I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain coming down a sunny day? Yeah, coming down a sunny day.
Sometime in our lives, we all have pain, we all have sorrow. But if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong. I'll be your friend, and I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Please swallow your pride. If I have things you need to borrow, for no one can feel those of your needs that you won't let show. You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be a friend. I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. You just call on me, brother, I'll share your load. If you just call me, just call me. Just call me. Come on and call me. If you need a friend, call me. Oh, darling, just call me. Call me. Call
To be young and in love in New York City. Do not know who I am, but still know that I'm good as long as you're here with me. To be drunk and in love in New York City. Midnight into morning coffee, running through the hours talking. I like me better when I'm with you. I like me better when I'm with you. I knew from the first time I stayed for a long time, 'cause I like me better when I like me better when I'm with you. I don't know what it is, but I got that feeling. Waking up in this bed next to you, swear the room, yeah, it got no ceiling. If we lay, let the day just pass us by. I might get to too much talking, I might have to tell you something. I like me better when I'm with you. I like me better when I'm with you. I knew from the first time I stayed for a long time, 'cause I like me better when I like me better when I'm with you. Stay a while, stay a while, stay here with me. Stay a while, stay a while. Oh. Stay a while, stay a while, stay here with me. Lay here with me. Ooh. I like me better when I'm with you. Yes I do, babe. I like me better when I'm with you. I knew from the first time I stayed for a long time, 'cause I like me better when I like me better when I'm with you. I like me, I like me. Look where you made me, baby, oh no. I like me better when I'm with you.
What do you
I
mean?
gave you the key when the door wasn't open.
When you nod your head yes, but you wanna say no. What do you
Say I
mean?
gave you faith, turn your doubt into hope.
When you don't want me to move, but you tell me to go.
Now I'm all alone and my joys turn to mold.
What do you mean? Said you're running out of time. What do you mean? Oh, 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 what do you mean? You're so indecisive, what I'm saying. Trying to catch the beat, make up your heart. Don't know if you're happy or complaining. Don't want for us to win, where do I start? First you wanna go to the left, and you wanna turn right. Wanna argue all day, wanna love all night. First you're up, then you I'm trying to compromise, but I can't win. You wanna make a point, but you keep preaching. You had me from the start, won't let this end. First you wanna go to the left, and you wanna turn right. Wanna argue all day, wanna love all night. First you're up, then you're down, and you're between. I need you the most. What do you mean? You nod your head yes, but you wanna say no. What do you mean? You don't want me to move, but you tell me to go. Oh, what do you mean? Said you're running out of time. What do you mean? Oh, 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 what do you mean? Better make up your mind. What do you mean? I need you, I need you, I need you, I need you the most. I need you, I need you, I need you, I need you, I need you the most. When you nod your head yes, but you wanna say no. What do you mean? You don't want me to move, but you tell me to go. Oh, what do you mean? Said you're running out of time. What do you mean? Oh, 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 what do you mean? Better make up your mind. What do you mean? I'm waiting up, saving all my precious time, losing light. I'm missing my same old eyes before we learned our truth too late. Resigned to fade, fading away. So tell me, can you turn around? I need someone to tear me down. Oh, tell me, can you turn around? But either way, hold me while you wait. I wish that I was good enough. If only I could wake you up. My love, my love, my love, my love. Won't you stay a while and tell me more? Tell me something I don't know. Could we come close to having it all? If you're gonna waste my time, let's waste it right and hold me while you wait. I wish that I was good enough. If only I could wake you up. My love, my love, my love, my love. Won't you stay a while? I wish you cared a little more. I wish you told me this before. My love, my love, my love, my love. Won't you stay a while? This is you, this is me, this is all we need. Is it true my faith is shaking, but I still believe? This is you, this is me, this is all we need. So won't you stay and hold me while you wait? I wish that I was good enough. If only I could wake you up. My love, my love, my love, my love. Won't you stay a while? I wish you cared a little more. I wish you told me this before. My love, my love, my love, my love. Won't you stay a while? Don't you know I'm no not sure to stop you bleeding, but nothing ever stops you leaving. Quiet when I'm coming home and I'm on my own. And I could love you like it like that, like it like that. And I could love you like it like that, like it like that. Don't you know too much already? I'll only hurt you if you let me. Call me friend, but keep me closer. And I'll call you when the party's over. Quiet when I'm coming home, my own. And I could love see you like it like that, like it like that. And I could love see you like it like that, like it like that. But nothing is better sometimes. Once we've both said our goodbyes, let's just let it go. Let me let you go. Quiet when I'm coming home, I'm on my own. Quiet when I'm coming home, I'm on my own. Quiet when I'm coming home, I'm on my own. Quiet when I'm coming home, I'm on my own. And I could love see you like it like that, like it like that. And I could love see you like it like that, like it like that. Quiet when I'm coming home, mama, on my own. Love of mine, someday you will die, but I'll be close behind. I'll follow you into the dark, no blinding light, or tunnels to gates of white, just our hands clasped so tight, waiting for the hint of a spark. If heaven and hell decide that they both are satisfied, illuminate the nose on their vacancy signs. If there's no one beside you when your soul embarks, then I'll follow you into the dark. Catholic school, as vicious as Roman rule, I got my knuckles bruised by a lady in black. I held my tongue as she told me, son, fear is the heart of love. So I never everything to see, from Bangkok to Calgary. And the soles of your shoes are all worn down. The time for sleep is now. It's nothing to cry about. We'll hold each other soon in the blackest of rooms. If heaven and hell decide that they both are satisfied, illuminate the nose on their vacancy signs. If there's no one beside you when your soul embarks, then I'll follow you into the dark. I'll follow you into the dark. Remember the words you told me, love me till the day I die. Surrender my everything, cause you made me believe you're mine. Yeah, you used to call me baby, now you're calling me by name. It takes one to know one, yeah, you beat me at my own damn game.
Pushing and pulling away from you. Giving and giving you take, giving you take.
Young blood, say want me, light up your life, and I'm just a dead man walking tonight. Like you need it, all of the time. Lately our conversations end like it's the last goodbye. One of us gets too drunk and calls about 100 times. So we've been calling, baby, and nobody could take my place. And you're looking at those strangers, hope to God you see my face.
Pushing and pulling away from you. Giving and giving you take, giving you take. Pushing and pulling away from you. Giving and giving you take.
Young blood, say want me, light up your life, and I'm just a dead man walking tonight. Like you need it, all of the time. Young blood, say want me, back in your life, and I'm just a dead man crawling tonight. 'Cause I need it, all of the time. Pushing and pulling away from you. Giving and you take, giving you take. You're pushing and pulling away from you.
You're running around,
Running away
from you.
from you. Young blood, say want me, light up your life, and I'm just a dead man walking tonight. Like you need it, all of the time. Young blood, say want me, back in your life, and I'm just a dead man crawling tonight. 'Cause I need it, all of the time. It's just your attitude, it's tearing me apart. It's ruining everything. I swore I would be true. And honey, so did you. So why were you holding her hand? Hello? You can come back. So, we are going to continue. Sylvia, come here. You can introduce your photograph. This is a nice surprise. What happened? Yeah, afternoon. Sure. Now, while you are coming back to your side, let me introduce Sylvia from Mal. Sylvia will share with you some activity, opportunity, and an opportunity as a thank you for you to be here. So, give a minute para que entre. I will need also the collaboration from Santiago Calvo, please. Come on. Gregory, sit down. Please.
Surprise. Yeah, gracias, amigo.
Santi Calvo is a colleague from Seidorf. So, Silvia.
So, hello everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Silvia Silva. I'm from Malta. We're a marketplace freelance. But I just want to say that in case you want to update your profile picture, we have a photographer. Her name is Araceli. Araceli, please raise your hand. And in case you want to take a picture to upgrade your profile, you can ask her during the breaks. She won't be at the lunch break because she needs to take a pause too. But in the coffee breaks, you can ask her for your picture and we'll send it after the event is finished. So thank you. With no AI, the true.
Natural picture. So let's go to the famous SAP Barcelona raffle today. Santi will be the innocent hand, very innocent. So in this session, we raffle 2 espresso tutorials and 1 subscription to SAP. So this. Santiago is quite a fair from me. So let me show you. I have technical problems. Now, this is the high technology that we use from SAP to make the raffle. So now we are going to use copy all attendance entry, less Gerard. Then it's very complicated. So now, Santi, that is the innocent hand. After import the Olsen participant, you have to click here on the screen to see which one is the winner. Only click. No. Let's see. Oh, Carlos is here, Carlos? Come on to the stage, Carlos. Let's go to another. So, Santi, another one. Do you think this is faster than data analytics?
For sure. For sure.
Oh, vale. Parece un poco de amañado. So, and the last one, Santi. I need to call the developer to put some music here, or maybe the audio for the next one. Carlos Calderín. So now you have to give the one in order. So. A picture. You have to say to me your name later. So yeah. Thank you very much, Santi. I will call you later in the afternoon.
Okay, let's move on. Now we are very happy to host the hackathon, the BTP hackathon final for AUSAPE, the Spanish sub-user group. This initiative, I'm going to just to share with you a little bit, started April, May at AUSIA level. AUSIA is the Asociación de Usuarios de Iberoamérica. It's like a networking of different sub-user groups that are based in Mexico, Brazil, Peru, Spain, Portugal, etc. And with SAP, we started a hackathon. Well, it was the base. I was only wanted to show you that we are here in the final of AUSAPE user group. With us, we have two finalists. The first one who you see is SDG, and then you will see Braid. They will show you two use cases based on BTP. And to get a finalist, a winner of this AUSAPE BTP hackathon, we have the judge from SAP, the judge from BTP Special Interest Group AUSAPE, who will help me, Maria Jose from Inside, who will be with me on stage. And then also we will request your participation. At the end of the hackathon, you will be able to applaud the team that you prefer, and then with all of this, we will choose a finalist, okay? This finalist, I must share with you, that will participate next week in a big final from all the countries, and the winners, I think, if I'm not wrong, will take some tickets to the next Sapphire 2026. So, For me, that's only the things that I wanted to share with you. So let's welcome SDG on stage. They will show in 25 minutes, more or less, the use case, demo, and also we'll be able to answer any question from your side. Okay, then we'll welcome SDG.
Hello. Okay. Did you know that nowadays the 80% of AI use cases, POCs or projects, never seen the light? So today we will present one of the remaining 20% that already did. My name is Florencia Gorgarelli. With me is Julio Tarancon. We are part of SDG Group, and we are too glad to be here. Thank you all to listening us. And we will share you a story, a real story that we built with one of our main customers in SDG Group that belongs to the CPG sector. They produce spirits beverages. So we will share with you this use case that for sure is built using BTP solutions. So first of all, I want to introduce ourselves. We are SDG Group, an AI and analytics specialized firm. We have global presence. We have offices in all these cities. We are more than 2,500 consultants specialized around the world. And we work with all the industries. And also we are technology agnostics, but for sure we are going to talk about SAP today and how we use it to solve our customer business problems. So what was the problem of our customer? They need to simplify and optimize their COGS planification process. As I said, they belong to the CPG sector, and the COGS is a very important part of the P&L. And due to the complexity of their business, because they produce spirits beverages, so they need to keep the alcohol inside the barrels a lot of time to achieve the flavor, the color, the smell. So they need to plan how many bottles they will sell in the future to start producing right now. So if they want to produce a whiskey, a 12-year whiskey, they need to buy all the raw materials right now and start the process that need to achieve these bottles. So COGS is cost of goods sold, has a lot of parts. They have the freight, the logistics, and the raw materials. So one of the issues that they have in this process was the process per se, due to the different time horizons that they need. They plan in 1 year, in 3 years, and in 12 years. So you can imagine the complexity of this. You need to imagine how much cost all the raw materials in 12 years, or how much it costs in 1 year to start producing and to forecast the cost of the products in the future. So this is a quite difficult process. And then also they need to iterate and have different versions to play. All the users need to calculate and to have this flexibility. This in terms of the process. Then in terms of integration and data, they need to combine SAP data as the historical purchasing one, master data and so on, but also non-SAP data. They need to know, for example, the IPC or the market index, the paper, the wax, the grain, all the raw materials that they have. They need to know the IPC and the index fluctuation. And then in terms of users and reporting, they have involved a lot of people because procurement department is involved, finance, supply chain, all of them because they have different responsibilities. So we have a lot of people involved in this process. So you can imagine all the challenges that they are facing. So at summarizing, they need a lot of time, effort, and the complexity of the process, Then they have a different kind of users and a lot of people involved. And then the data errors because they have manual processes, and also they need to find, for example, in internet the IPC, and they put it in an Excel, so they faced a lot of data errors. So Julio will share with you how using BTP we can help our customer to solve this business problem.
Okay, thank you so much, Flor. Good morning, everyone. So here, while other people, other companies, other vendors try to create incremental evolutions on their current architectures. Can you hear me?
No.
No, it's not working.
Sorry.
Hola, hola, hola. Ya muerto.
Sorry.
Hello. Hello, hello, okay. As I was saying, while other companies, other vendors try to create incremental improvements of their current solutions on their current architectures, we have developed and we have built an entire new end-to-end platform based on the robustness of the BTP platform, so the business technology platform. The core strength of this platform or this kind of architectures lies on the simplicity and the robustness of the platform. So in this way, as my colleague Flor was saying, this process was quite complex for this company, for our customer. So in this case, we have split the process of this COGS planning into 3 main steps. With this 3-step approach, we have split the complexity into a more simple cycles of planning, and in this way, this complexity was reduced. So here in this slide, you can see the 3-step approach we were following for this customer. So let's dive into the first one. The first one is the data modeling. Here, we rely on the trustability of the SAP datasphere. So this is our semantic layer. Here, we harmonize all the data of the platform, of the entire customer, okay? We trust in the data we are making for this model. So we are taking the internal and the external data for doing this data model. So this is our semantic layer. Here is the baseline for our model. So starting from here, we are preparing the model in order to create on top of it machine learning algorithms and also artificial intelligence. Here is the most innovative step in our architecture developed for this customer. In this case, we have used SAP AI Core, as you can see here in the second step, in order to prepare the first draft of the version of this COGS planning. So with this application, based on the model this version. So this has an immediate result, an immediate impact on this customer. Why? Because on the first day of preparing this draft of this plan, they have the first result. So the role of the planners has shifted from a data collector to a reviewer of strategic planning for the company. What brings us to the third step, the SAP Analytics Cloud, that is the tool that we are using in order to iterate and to confirm, to fine-tuning this forecast. This tool, SAP Analytics Cloud, is not just a tool for reporting or for analyzing data. It's also a tool that has many capabilities that are quite interesting for our customers. They have planning capabilities, what-if scenarios, too many capabilities. But the one that we are very interested in this case is because it has a write-back capability. So the different users are analyzing this COGS planning. They can change the things they want, the different analysis they are doing. They can do different changes, and these changes are automatically saved again. We are able to take advantage of the tool and to store all the historical or to have a traceability of all the history of the decision making with these two tools. So this is also an interesting point. We are building an application that not only is proposing a planning for the cost, but it's also taking into account all the changes, it's tracing all the history in order to take into account who are the persons that are taking some decisions in which step. No? So if we go to the next slide, this three-step approach was followed because we have relied on the potency and the capabilities on the BTP platform. In this case, you can see a diagram on the architecture we have developed for this customer. Okay? You see here different boxes, different tools. You will see, oh, a bunch of boxes, of tools. No, it's more than that. We have built an entire platform, an entire application for doing this cost of planning. Okay? So it's not yet just a bunch of boxes of tools, no. It's everything connected, interconnected. We have created a platform for the future, not only for the current application, but also for current needs in the customer. So we have developed this application in different layers, as you can see here. No? We have the data warehousing layer, in which we have trusted in SAP DataSphere as our semantic layer. It's not only a layer of data warehousing, it's more than that. We are getting the business context that SAP is our source data. So SAP as our source is providing the business context that we are also using and reading with SAP DataSphere. We are not missing that context that is quite important for us in this case. But we have that business context thanks to SAP DataSphere and SAP data, and also we have the external data. We mix this everything in the harmonized level of this layer, okay? And the result of this layer goes to the next one, that is the artificial intelligence layer. Here you can see SAP AI Core. This is the tool that is doing all the calculations, but there are really two tools. The first one is AI Launchpad, that is the one that is managing everything related to artificial intelligence, okay? Is the one that are managing all the methods and algorithms, the schedulings, all that stuff. It's doing the activity in a background way. But the one that is performing all the calculations, calculating everything, is the AI Core. This is the power, is the one that is doing the magic, we can say in that way, no? Once we have this calculation done, the next level, the result, goes again to the DataSphere because it's our semantic layer. Here it's served by all the applications, so we have all the information here. And the data is consumed in SAP Analytics Cloud, as we have said before, because this is our collaboration tool. Okay? So here you can see that the application we have built is quite simple. But what happens when we talk about planning in the real world in our customers? The word simple is not always in this way. So if we go to the next one, we will see that this process is not always as simple. So here you can see that the application is more complicated than when I was talking before, because the process was quite complex. So we have to split this process into three different tracks, three functional tracks, okay? The first one is the dry goods implementation. With this first track, we are receiving the data from the AI Core in order to produce one forecast for the prices or the cost of the dry goods. Our customer was a producer, is a producer of spirits, okay? And they have in the procedures, they have two types of raw materials, the dry ones and the ones that have humidity. So in this case, we are providing the prices and the cost for those ones, the dry ones, okay? So with this, we are getting the result from AI Core, will be the input for our first functional track. The result of this track will be the input for the next one, that is the COGS ones, and the third track is the ICT monetization. What does this mean? We have created not only a layer application, but also a modular one. What does this mean? That in the future, if the business needs evolve, we can evolve also the application with them. If in the future is required a new application, it will be quite easy to implement a new one, a new functional track in order to accommodate this system to the future needs of our customer. So I think that this is an interesting point also for this kind of architectures. So we are looking forward in the future in order to cover the future needs, not only the present ones. So this could be handled by the technology that today we are talking about, no? The SAP BTP. So we have talked a little about the process, the architecture. So now I think we have to talk a little about the benefits. That is one of the most important goals for everyone here, and for us, and also of course, for our customer. So you can see here in the slide, the first main objective or benefit, we have passed from a process that was 3 months long to a 3 weeks. So we have reduced the time of one process at 75%. So this is incredible. It's a huge improvement of the current solutions. How could we achieve this? Not only because of the technology, but also because we have supplied these 3 pillars. So we have supported these 3 pillars, okay? The first one is the planning and budgeting. Instead of basing our forecast in internal data or the current actuals or historical data of the company, we have relied not only in internal, but also in external variables, okay? So with this, we have the whole picture of the current ecosystem regarding the planification, and in that way, we can provide better results. Also, we didn't change, or we didn't create only a new application. We have created a new paradigm for the customer in order to create or to develop this kind of process. So this also helped them in order to reduce the time and to provide better results. The second pillar in which we have supported this application is the integration and the data. Here is where many initiatives like this fail, because it's quite important to have a strength in the data we are trusting for doing this kind of process. So it's the question of matter for this kind of process. As we rely on the SAP DataSphere, we didn't have any kind of headache because it's a powerful tool in which we could harmonize everything. This company have forgotten about the VLOOKUPs in different Excel files, to data collect in different systems, different files, different source systems. No, they only have just one single point of truth for the planning process. So this is quite important. And also with this tool, they have all the necessary level of detail, and also the volumes of data supported are huge. So there is no limitation regarding the information for this customer. And the last pillar in which we are supporting is the users and the reporting. So this is our main actors, no? They are the ones that are going to use this application day by day. As the structure and the process was simplified, also the tasks and the roles for these users were simplified. So they are happy with this, as you will understand. Also, as the results are better and faster, the satisfaction for the users is huge. And as the users are happy with this application, the time of adoption for the users is also faster. So this is also a good point for these kind of applications. With this, we have 3 main functional objectives that are the ones you can see here in the bottom part of the slide. The first one is the process automation. You will imagine, as we have passed from 3 months to 3 weeks, we have to automate a lot of things here in this application and the organization of this planification for the COGS. Also, as the users don't have to recover all the information to collect all the data from different systems, the effort done by them is less. And in that way, they can provide, or they can use their time in order to other activities to produce or to add more value to the company. So this is quite important also. The time spent in this kind of applications is less because, yeah, everything is automated with this kind of applications. And the last benefit is the greater security on the results. As we are not only trusting or using the historical information, that we are also using external data, external variables, we have the whole picture, as I have said before, in order to create the prediction with a more precise way, that I think that is quite interesting also. So we have talked a little about the use case, the step, the procedure, the organization, the architecture, the benefits. So I think we have covered everything. So if we go to the next slide to summarize everything, you can see here again the architecture we have developed for this project, okay? It's quite simple, robustness, and a future-ready enterprise architecture. We have used SAP BTP as our core for all the application, okay? And we have relied on these components. We want to highlight the components we are using on the BTP, okay? The first one is SAP Analytics Cloud. It's our reporting and planning tool, not only because these capabilities, also as we have said before, it has a lot of powerful capabilities. What-if scenarios, planning, well, it's our collaborative tool. The second one, SAP Datasphere, is our semantic layer, our business content. It gives us all the information. It's one of the main points for this architecture, because many initiatives like this fail because they don't have the good or the needed business semantic layer that we could get with this tool. And the last two BTP components we want to highlight are the related to the artificial intelligence. In this case, we have AI Launchpad, that is the one that is managing everything related to the artificial intelligence, okay? Managing the algorithms, everything will be in its place, the schedulings, all that stuff. And AI Core, that is the one that is performing all the calculations in order to prevent, to create these first versions of the draft in order to automate all this process, okay? With this platform, this architecture, we have 4 main technical benefits. The first one, as we have said during all this presentation, is the automation of the whole process. Also, the results are improved, not only in a functional way, but also in a technical way, okay? Because you imagine better performance, less time, okay? And also the simplicity and the less cost. We have less cost because we don't have too many applications. We only have to keep or to maintain one cloud-native application. Okay, so thank you so much for your attention. And now my colleague Flor is going to show you a demonstration on the system that we have built. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I actually 2 things before starting and moving forward with this part. Actually, it's not a demo. We cannot do it in real time because of confidential issues, but we prepare a video just to show you the solution. And then I want to apologize in advance because the music that we put is a little bit intense and repetitive, so sorry for that. Okay, so the music is not sounding, but it is better. No, the music. Well, it's okay. It doesn't matter. Was a little bit off all the music, so it's okay. So first step, as Julio commented, we have Datasphere. We model the data using graphical views, also SQL views. We have a huge amount of models here, and well, to model SAP data and non-SAP for sure. Then we use data flows to write our data in our tables in the HANA from Datasphere, because we connect AI Core with the HANA from Datasphere. And here we can check the data in the Explorer. Then we have the second step. We use AI Launchpad to manage all our executions. Here we can check our ML code. We manage all the execution. We monitor all the process. So here you can see how we select our model, how we monitor all the execution. We have here like the total govern of our AI Core model. Then, well, here we show you the landscape. I think you all know this application. Here we manage the execution. And then we will see the code that is the core of this magic that we have for using AI Core. One thing that we didn't explain, we use ML algorithm, but we have like different kind of models. We have regression, decision tree, and so on. But also we build like an ad hoc model for the business because they have their own formulas based on their business knowledge. So we model like 5 or 6 different models, and we give them the possibility to select the model that they prefer, taking into account the raw material and also the country, the operating unit, and so on. So here you can see that we are not lying, we have the code. This is something that already exists. And we use our technical model advanced. And then we move forward with the third step, that is the SAP Analytics Cloud part. So here we have the application. The user, this is the part that the user appears. So they select the operating unit that they want to plan. Here they can check all the data they have using the SAP capabilities. Then they can use all the filters that we have. We have multiple tabs and so on. So here you can see how they manage all the filters and the lines that they want to plan. And here they select the model, the forecasting model that they want to select and see the data gathered from AI Core. So here, more capabilities, selecting the time that they want to plan, the product, and so on. The time that it takes is pretty good also. And then using the business knowledge that the users have, they can modify manually all the data they have. Because, for example, we didn't put here the agreements that they have. So maybe if I take my phone and say, okay, I will buy you with this price, the AI Core for sure doesn't know it. So the user can modify taking into account their knowledge. So this is all from our side. Thank you all for this opportunity again, and we are pretty happy to hear your questions. Thank you.
Hi, then next, second participant, second finalist, we have Lydia on stage from Braid. So, welcome Lydia.
Súper intuitivo, gracias. ¿Y el pincho? Ah, el pincho es para esto. So as you guys can see, we practiced a lot how to get on stage. Okay, so there we are. For those of you who don't know us, we're going to talk like just 30 seconds about who we are, and then we're going to get on with the business and talk about the product that we are going to discuss today, which is Invictia. The name may ring a bell because we do have a previous version of this software that is developed fully in ABAP, but this one is rebuilt from the bottom up, just like the iPhone, to follow all the new tendencies. Okay, so we are a consulting company that focuses on document management projects, process automation, invoice automation, compliance, and digital signature. I just want to draw your attention to all the partners that we work with, which hopefully, okay, there's no pointing. No, there's no pointing. Just to all the partners that we work with, because we do build our solutions leveraging their specific niche solutions and niche products so that we can provide better service and fulfill every single requirement that the customers have. Just some of the customers that we work with, and getting down to business. What is Invictia? Invictia is our electronic invoicing solution. Sorry about that. We are not going to talk about AI either, so Herman, we may have to share that title that you just claimed. It is a CAP application, full stack. This was mentioned before, so we will share that title as well with quite a few people that talk about CAP before. But we build the services with CAP. We build the interfaces with Fiori and SAP UI5. And we do integrate it with the S4, all the S4 versions, on-premise, cloud, and private. And the focus of this solution is to manage the invoices, the invoicing process. So it integrates with advanced event mesh to capture all these events that happens whenever you create an invoice or you modify something that goes directly to BTP, and then we can take action depending on what has happened in the ERP. And one important thing as well that I mentioned before regarding the partners that we work with is that we integrate this solution with different partners and with different solutions so that we can reach out to every single region and every single local requirement worldwide. So here's a little bit of an overview of the process. Anything that happens in S/4HANA can trigger an event, then that is captured by the advanced mesh. We process it. We'll see the demo later, and you'll see how we can configure the solution and how it can adapt to every single need of the customers. Then that is sent to the platforms. The platforms are really important because in different regions, you may have, obviously, different legal requirements. With that, one specific region, like if you are in Latin America, you may want to use Invoice since it's the one that has like more legal presence there and is well adopted. If you are in Europe, you may want to use other ones like Edicom or B2B Router. If you are in Asia, you will use another one, so we have quite a bunch of them, and there's more coming. And then from here, we send that information, or the platforms send that information to all the government to fulfill all the legal requirements. For the received invoices, the same thing. You can receive them through your platform of choice, which is something very important because we see customers that they already use one platform to manage their documents in some other processes, and they just want to stick with it because they are happy with the platform. So you can connect to your platform of choice. Also, as well, really important when a company operates in different regions, you may want to use one specific platform for your businesses in Europe and then a different platform for your businesses in the States. Any invoice that is received is then sent to the application, and then you can monitor everything from the same place. For those of you who are more familiar with the usual architecture diagrams of SAP, the main services that we are using are the credential store, so that everything is obviously secure, HANA Cloud to store all the information, obviously, the job scheduling as well to make sure that everything is synchronized correctly, since most of the platforms may not have events as well or will not support certain synchronization, so we regularly pull them to make sure that everything is up to date. Obviously, advanced event mesh to notify the solution of every single change that may happen on the SAP ERP, whatever the version is. That's pretty much it. So, regarding the benefits, it's obviously a global solution, focusing a lot and leveraging a lot all the different partners that reach out to the specific local legislations. So it facilitates the compliance with all these different regions. Again, as I mentioned before, especially useful for companies that operate worldwide. It facilitates the monitoring of all invoices, both received and submitted, allows for traceability, flexibility to connect to your third party of choice. I've said it before, but I have to say it again. This is a really important thing because we do have a lot of customers that use different third-party solutions for managing their invoices in different regions, and that's something that we really see is really, really good about the solution. Obviously, customizable and user-friendly. And you may be asking, like, okay, you're describing DRC, right? Document and reporting compliance. So what differentiates our solution compared to DRC is that ours leveraging all the different partners that operate and take care of the legal requirements in each different region, we may cover more regions and local legislations. Like if you talk about the tax legislation in Basque Country or Canary Islands or some other small regions, we get there. It offers more versatility, enables connection to private platforms, which, as far as I know, DRC mainly focuses on reporting to the authorities with a public platform. It allows for PDF invoices received via email and OCR for extracting all this information. That is really important here, for instance, with Ley Cree Crece, which I think it was like a create and scale law. You are going to have one period, even if you are a big company, you are going to have one period of time in which you are obliged to be able to receive invoices via email as well. And even if you are a smaller company, after that adaptation period, you will need to be able to receive invoices via email. So this is a solution that covers that as well. And of course, the cost. I don't think I have to say much about how pricey or cheap are SAP products, but that's as well one of the differences. Okay, so now we are going to see a little bit of the solution. Or maybe not. Just 1 second. Estaba intentando. There we go. Now that's better. It's always good when technology decides to cooperate. So what we have here is a bunch of theory applications that consume this solution that and the services and so on that we are working on. You have a bunch of applications that configure the solution, so you may choose which channels you want to activate, which ones you want to deactivate. You can choose the statuses that you want to work with so that you can adopt the solution to your really specific needs. Okay, so you can configure everything here. And so on. Also, as I mentioned, for really big companies that may work in different regions, you may want to use one connector for a bunch of your invoices and then another connector for a bunch of your other invoices, depending on region, depending on specific suppliers, depending on all the different things, and configure which type of documents you are going to send to each invoice, to each platform, so that you have full control of what information is being sent and where. And the main thing of the solution is the monitoring cockpit. So here you can see all the invoices that are received, all the invoices that are sent. You can take action on whatever thing needs to be done if there is something that needs your attention or your input. And just to show you quickly what happens if we create a new invoice. So that's good that SAP didn't kick me out. If you create an invoice just for the demo, and if this works, so I get notified in SAP that an invoice has been created. And if I come to the cockpit, I'm just going to give it a minute because Advanced Event Mesh is really quick, but it's not instant. So we do have 22 documents at the moment in the monitor. And if we refresh, now we have 23. So we have here the invoice that we just created in SAP. This is using all the standard APIs that SAP offers and all the CDSs that SAP offers, following, of course, the clean core principles. And here, what we do as well is since the connectors and the platforms may not have events and may not trigger whenever there's a change in the status of an invoice, we do have here this button just for the purpose of the demo, in which we would pull or query the platforms to see or to get updated if there's any changes. So these two ones that we just created are going to, well, one I created 5 minutes ago, the other one was created just now, so we can see that the status was updated and the platform confirmed that it was processed correctly. So that's the main focus of the solution. I hope I didn't bore anyone, so quick and painless. Is there any questions that you may have regarding the process or the technology or the functional side? Nope. Then that's it.
I let precious time go by. Then when she's gone, there's that old melancholy feeling and a sense of guilt I can't deny. What happened to our wonderful adventure?
Hello. Okay, now it's your turn. First of all, thanks for the two teams. Thanks a lot for your participation and contribution. And now I will request to the audience, hello, stay here, let me. I will request you two applauses. The first one will be for the first participant, SDG. The second one will be for Braid. Okay, applause for first participant, SDG. Applause for second participant, Braid. One second, please. Okay, then we have a winner. So I invite you, both teams, to go here on stage, please. Okay. Then we're very happy to announce that winner of this BTP hackathon at our SAP level is SDG. So congratulations. So you will receive the invitation to participate in the next week, if I'm not wrong, at 4 p.m. to the big final with the AUSIA participants from other countries that belong. Yeah. Thank you so much.
We gotta go for all we know. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I.
Hello? Hello? Hi, everyone. I'm Edith from Trifork. It's great speaking today here at this edition of the SAP Inside Track. Today we will be demoing our advanced inspection platform, but before that, bear with me a couple minutes. I would love to introduce Trifork super briefly. Because we are quite relatively new to the Southern European market, I just wanted to talk briefly about who we are. Is this? Okay. Who we are. So Trifork was actually founded in 1996. We've been here for a long time. And we are actually present in over 16 countries, as well as 76 business units. Each business unit specializes in a certain industry or technology. Now, we follow the inspire, build, run model. So essentially, in inspire, we analyze business processes. In build, we develop software solutions, essentially. And in run, we maintain and ensure the full adoption of our solutions. In order to help our customers, we rely on our key global partnerships, such as Lenovo, Apple, NVIDIA, and of course, SAP, which is why we are here today. We are also experts in multi-platform solutions, from Android to iOS, from Angular to React, and we have a deep expertise and knowledge in SAP BTP, which is something that we will be talking about later. I know that some of you, well, of course, now I'm done with the boring part. Now I would actually want to show you guys what we have done. So I don't know if maybe some of you guys have seen us from last year's seat where we actually demoed our Apple Vision Pro apps here on stage. It was a great success. This is actually one of our main capabilities, and I would just like to share some brief videos about to what extent our capabilities are. Okay, so the sound is not working, but it's fine. Essentially, this is Apple's CEO, Tim Cook. He actually presented one of our apps during the presentation of the Apple Vision Pro's launch keynote. So quite an exciting achievement. As you can see, this app we developed for our client, Porsche. This is so that the customers can actually configure their car in a retail space and see what they're actually be buying, essentially. And this is another app that we developed for Porsche so that the race technicians can actually see the stats in real time in their offices as if they were, the driver. And of course, we don't only like to develop apps that showcase flying stats and flying numbers. So for this, we are actually experts in training and guided work solutions on the Apple Vision Pro. This essentially enables workers to be able to experience and practice operating heavy machinery and complicated maintenance processes so that when they are essentially going to be using these machines, they know how to use them and they can operate them safely. Another one of our key competences is Vision AI. So Trifork is not actually new to Vision AI, and computer vision is actually a branch of AI. So essentially what it does is it allows computers to analyze and inspect data from the cameras, similarly to what a human would do. This is just a brief example of a use case that we have, just so you guys can see what we actually do. Simco is actually an offshore energy company. And what we help them do is using their ongoing security cameras in these oil rigs that are, by the way, in the middle of the ocean. We help them detect early signs of corrosion in order to increase asset lifespan. Now, I know that this might seem a bit dumb, but as you guys can imagine, these oil rigs in the middle of the sea are actually quite expensive, so maintaining them is obviously expensive. So essentially what we did is we helped increase asset lifespan by 45% by, instead of sending maintenance technicians into the offshore oil rig, we used existing cameras to detect said early stages of corrosion, as you guys can see in the video. Now, you guys might be wondering why we have not talked about SAP yet, and we've talked about other technologies. Essentially, what we believe is true power is to be able to integrate all of these cool and upcoming technologies into an SAP system, which is why today we're going to be showing our advanced inspection platform, which is powered by Vision AI and SAP BTP. So as we all know, quality control is a bottleneck, right? It takes a long time, it's highly demanding, it's usually humans that do it, so of course there can be misjudgment in quality control processes, delays since it's a manual task, and of course this implies a high cost for the company because training all of these quality inspection technicians is expensive and it takes a long time. So essentially, this is why we developed our inspection platform. But I'd rather show you guys than explain it. So we are actually going to be doing a live demo of this inspection platform. So as we have here, it's as easy as create an inspection. You just put the plant you are in this case we're in Barcelona, the work center. And then we just have to take a picture, which for the purpose of this demo, I'm just going to disconnect this super fast, I'm sorry. So we're taking a picture. Now for this demo, we're actually using M&Ms. So it's a bit funnier. Okay, so now if you guys can see my screen. So as you guys can see, in a matter of seconds, we've managed to upload this picture. And the Vision AI algorithm has essentially analyzed all of the stats. So as we can see from the picture that we have over here, okay. Sorry, demos always have some issues. Okay, we see that there's a total of 17 items. We have 11 whole items and 6 broken items, and we can even see how many we have per color, how many of the colors are broken, the percentage of broken items, the percentage of whole items. And here we can see the analyzed image. So this is essentially what we developed on SAP BTP. And given the recent announcements from TechEd, we've actually started implementing an AI feature in this platform. So essentially using AI agents from the talk and Joule, we will be able to see data displayed. So for example, we're going to be able to see in what work center has there been more inefficiencies, or in what work center has there been more red broken M&Ms. So this is an interesting feature that we'll be adding. Now, obviously, for the demo, we've been using M&Ms, but this actually comes from a real-life use case from one of our customers. They essentially fish shrimps, and they fish thousands of shrimps every single day. And these shrimps have to go through an inspection process because depending on the color, the size, and the state of the shrimp, that determines the quality of the shrimps, and essentially that determines the price. So the better and the more effective this quality inspection platform is, the more business value the company gets. So just to show you guys how this is in real life, we have a light box for demo purposes, but this is actually the box that we're using in production right now. So essentially, they put the shrimps in the box, they simply click a button, and then the AI model will upload the picture, and we will obtain results in SAP BTP. So here you guys can see this is just a very quick picture of the shrimp bits that are either broken or that they're not able to be sold. And yeah, so this is the demo. Now I would love for my colleague Gregory Dukas, he is our SAP lead, because I'm pretty sure you guys will know how this works. So he will be here to showcase.
Thank you very much. Actually, what the image that was showing previously and why this is important for the customer is color grading. So depending on the color of the shrimp, you can actually sell it at a different price. So it's very important for them to understand if it's a specific color of pinkness, then you can actually sell it at a very specific price. And you have to prove to the quality inspectors that the shrimp is at a specific grade before you can put the price on it. And that's what's very important to them. And this is just one thing that we're doing today. And they've actually asked us to improve on the vision model to start measuring other statistics, other qualities on the shrimp, so that we can further improve this data. And yes, going into the exciting bit, which is the architecture. Of course, this is a light box with a physical camera that, because for demonstration purposes, we don't have a fixed device here. We use our camera. In the real scenario, we have an NVIDIA Jetson device on the edge. NVIDIA Jetson being the leading platform for edge computing. So here's where all the cool things happen, the inferencing, the quality grading and everything. And once the NVIDIA Jetson device has all the data, then we employ event-driven architecture to actually raise an event to the cloud for us to process this data. Now you might say, well, why using event-driven architecture? This is just a bit superfluous. Well, we'll do this because if you start scaling this up, you can imagine hundreds of devices in a single factory, hundreds of factories around the world. You can start getting bombarded with these data points if you're doing these quality tests every 5 minutes. So we want to make sure that this is robust and future ready. We raise the events. We have then a quality inspection application built on CAP, Node.js, if that's important. And it consumes the events. It then goes and fetches the image data from the physical device on the edge and stores it in HANA Cloud and in an object, in a blob storage in Azure. And then from there, we can visualize it. So we've built 100% Fiori Elements application, which sitting on WorkZone. And actually, Edith showed it on the mobile device. Of course, you can actually show it on the desktop as well, and that's what was in the screenshots, what they're currently using in the customer. And so what's the point of this? Well, of course, visualizing it on the dashboard is one nice thing. The main driver here is actually getting this data into SAP. So we're integrating with the SAP quality module, pulling out inspection lots and updating these inspection lots in the SAP system for them to then kick off the relevant processes. And I think I covered everything. What is not shown in this picture is what we're busy currently exploring right now, and this is the talk to your data approach. So of course, leveraging Joule and Joule agents to start bringing the quality data, bringing this data in the SAP HANA Cloud, and allowing the users to start interacting with Joule in order to start querying this data using an agent. To be honest, we're still assessing if this is worthwhile for the customer. It's a cool feature, but as we've heard in our one of the previous slides, we know that about 85 or 90% of AI use cases currently fail. So we're still testing if this is a viable thing for this customer, but something we're also building in for the product in the future. And on that note, I'm going to go to questions.
Do you guys have any questions, doubts, inquiries?
I think we're pretty quick.
I think we explained quite well.
If you're too shy, you can find us at the back.
Exactly, we'll be in the back. If you want to get us to know better or get in contact, please scan the QR code. And thank you.
¿Sí? ¿Estamos? Good morning, everybody. My name is Javier. I'm here with LRS, a company specialized on enterprise output management. Okay. With me here today is Massimo, who is a technical lead, and Eva is the country manager for LRS. We are all resources, part of the EMEA organization. We are going to talk about digital workflows, especially printing, because it's sometimes something that on either on a new SAP implementation or maybe on a migration project is one of the last things that is going to be considered, but it's one of the important things. 25 years into the 21st century, we were hoping that the paper would have gone away by now. It didn't happen. It went down, but some of the business processes still rely on paper. If you receive items from Amazon every day, prescription labels, anything that it has to come or related with, for example, logistics, will be labeled, it will have papers. Paper is still very much a business critical item that needs to be managed, okay? So, obviously you are all experts on SAP. I'm not, or we are not, but we are experts on the enterprise output management. The LRS has been around for 30 plus years. I believe we were printing the 45 years in business t-shirts about a week ago. Anyway, coming from the mainframe space, coming from the OS and AS400 space, we have a reliable, very powerful solution that will take any input coming from anywhere, either digital or in terms of print jobs. We'll process that and we'll deliver that to whatever device needs to be delivered to. I usually spend time here having to guess what it is that we call the print stream, going from the SAP to the printer. We got this from a customer of ours. It's a good analogy anyway. So people will go into very technical stuff like, well, this is called a data string, or this is going to be SAP GOF, or whatever it is. A customer of ours called this a hot potato, a hot potato. So when some document needs to go to a printer, usually there are many layers of responsibility, different people involved, starting with SAP. They want to kind of fire and forget. It's a hot potato. Just send this to the next layer, and we don't want to deal with that, okay? And then it goes to the next layer, and they want to get rid of that as soon as they can to go to the next layer. On a good day, this will go to a printer, some sort of device that will put that on ink on paper anyway, okay? This will also apply to some of the label printers where you will print one of these stickers, one of these labels. The labels are nothing. The paper, the toner these days, we're talking about cents or pennies, depending on the country you're coming from, okay? But the consequences of not printing that document are huge, are huge. You invested a lot of money and time to have state-of-the-art SAP infrastructure, on-prem, cloud, you know the drill, you know all the different options. You go file print, or an end user will go file print, and that little label didn't print. So we have a track, we have on a logistics, we have a parcel, we have something more expensive. We'll put money into that so that you understand how important it is. That basically will be delay, and that delay will cost money, basically, okay? So it is important that we can simplify that, all that complexity. On a good day, it will print. The complexity will be there, which means that the price tag will be there along with the complexity on a good day. On a bad day, it won't print, and then all sort of very bad things will happen. Those of you that have been around for longer will understand this diagram. This is what we find on many companies still today. Because of the hot potato effect, from SAP, we will fire the job somewhere. Usually, this will be a kind of I'm going to say a server proxy, a print server proxy, running on cabs, running on Windows, running on anything else. This location might be running on SAP Sprint, which is the LPR command on kind of steroids anyway. We have our own version of that. Some of these sites will have SAP Fprint because the print job is delivered through the through the client anyway. The lucky ones might have a third-party solution that will do something with the print job, and then it will deliver the job maybe to another solution that will do the pull printing or secure printing that we are used to. When you go to a device, you swipe your card, and you get the print job, okay? We find this everywhere. So all these WPS means Windows Print Servers. You have Linux Print Servers and WebCaps is running on, most of the time running on Linux. Now it belongs to Apple, but it runs on Linux. And this is the situation that we find, believe it or not, quite often on very well-known companies that they have a fantastic SAP infrastructure, and they still have this printing architecture that is being always ad hoc. Well, that side will do this, the other side will do something else completely different, and it's a complex and expensive to maintain environment, okay? This is a case study, and I'm not going to use the name because I still don't know whether I can use that name from the marketing department, so I won't use the name. It's a well-known European car and bike manufacturer that had this particular issue. They approached us just before COVID to say, we have these outages, we need to sort that out because those outages are costing us money and reputation, both things, okay? So just to lay down a few things, because of this hot potato effect, they had more than 100 Windows Print servers, okay? The estimated annual cost is taken from Gartner, so it goes up and down depending on how they feel anyway. So $4,500 per print server every year, okay? And that didn't guarantee that the job would be delivered anyway, okay? So that was one thing. The second thing, they put actually a price to those outages. They said that every hour that we won't be able to print, and this printing was linked to the production line, to the end of the production line, where documentation will need to go with the car outside of the factory, will cost us $97,000 every single hour. $97,000. This is very common. We have customers on the shipping industry. Every hour a ship is delayed with all these containers. It will cost around $150,000. Companies that are doing maintenance for planes, they reckon that is between $120,000 and $130,000 per hour that the process, for every time the process is delayed. This company had, this is 2019, so pre-COVID anyway, they had 13 outages of more than an hour. They couldn't even start to measure the number of outages of less than an hour. They were far too many, far too many. There's no data coming from the first half of 2020 because we were all at home, or most of us anyway. But on the last part of the 2020, they have another six outages anyway. Again, the number of outages below 60 minutes was, they couldn't even track that, okay? And most of the printing rely on the expertise of the SAP basis team. So you have a very dedicated, very expensive team that was doing simple stuff, managing print queues and drivers or SAP devices anyway, into the SAP servers when they could actually be doing something else completely different. So the customer said, that's it, we need to put a stop into that. They implemented the solution, I think it was beginning of 2021, not a single outage ever since. Not a single outage, okay? We have customers that they've been running for years without a single outage, unless it was self-inflicted, which is something that happened from time to time, okay? So this is what we are aiming at. You will deliver the document to us. we are very happy with the hot potato. We don't have an issue with that. We take the job, and then we make sure that we can do a lot of stuff with the job. We could actually transform the job. For example, we have customers that they just install the solution because they wanted to get rid of the processing that takes to translate from SAP GOF or GOFU into PCL or PostScript or something that the printer will understand. By handing that over to us, they reduce the cost of the toll in performance that the SAP servers were taking by 30%, you see. So they didn't want to invest on SAP hardware because it was cheaper to invest on something else, okay? So it's a significant improvement anyway. So we take care of that. We do the transform. We do the delivery. We check on the assured delivery. We actually make sure that the job is being actually printed. We can actually put feedback into the end user's interface. The end user might be on a completely different geographic location to the, I'm going to say, the warehouse where the truck is waiting for the paperwork to be delivered. And we want that end user to actually be aware that the job is being printed. It's not been deleted, it's not been delayed, it's actually being printed. And if you I have an example towards the end for prescription labels, for example, where we send a batch of 5 labels, and I was quick enough to unplug the printer. It's one of these label printers, Zebra printer, and we keep trying until we eventually get through, or we will redirect the job somewhere else. But we will make sure that when we talk about pharma companies, it is important when we print the labels once, not 0 and not many times, because they could be abused and put into a box to do something else that I cannot even start to imagine anyway. How is this working? Very easy. We have the BCSOM interface for a long, long time. We use the access method EAT, and we get the job straight away from the server. There is no network involved, nothing. You hand over the job to us at the server level. No networking, no configuration of any other access method. You get the real or the logic OMS, and you configure that. You hand over that to us. We have a tool similar to SAP Print, so SAP S Print, actually, that will get the job delivered to our own spooler. This is our own spooler. It's not a CAPS, it's not Windows, it's an IPP spooler that we had for many, many years. It could be installed on Linux, it could be installed on Windows, but we don't rely on the spooler found on the operating system. So the same performance you can get out of the Windows server or out of a Linux server. It doesn't really matter because we don't rely on that. We don't need, obviously, to enable any print services on any of these services hosting our solution either, because everything runs out of our own spooler. The spooler, we didn't reinvent the wheel. The spooler is an IPP spooler, which is going to be very handy now that Microsoft is moving to that. I don't know if you're aware of the WPP and the Microsoft Modern Print Platform. It's difficult to put all these words into the same sentence, Microsoft Modern Print Platform. But they are moving into an IPP-only driverless solution. It's going to be, it is already on, I guess you all have Windows 11 latest version. It could be enabled on your clients. Now it's a recommendation. By 2027, it will be the recommendation will be stronger, and by 2028, it will be enabled by default, okay? So it's something else that we have our own spooler, so we don't need any spooler from any operating system based on IPP. You will deliver the job, we will deliver the job. We already got the job here, and we will deliver the job all the way to the spooler. Ideally, the job could actually be pre-processed if you want to. So you have a SAP device type, and you can translate that into PCL or PostScript or SPS or something else, even PDF. But most of our customers, they output a generic output format because it's lighter. It doesn't take a toll on the SAP servers. It's much easier for SAP to create GOF than to actually translate into any other printed description languages anyway. And by not having to do that, you will reduce the CPU and memory usage by 25 or 30%. So even if we didn't do any more than that, that would be enough. Then we can involve the transforms. If there is a need, we can translate between PDLs, printed description languages, anyway. We can add to the data stream. So if someone wanted to add a QR code with the owner of the shop or any other data that is missing, we could actually do that. We don't have an issue with that. And then the job will be delivered to any of these printers. Depending on the capabilities, it would be like a laser printers, I'm going to say in general, so the bigger boxes that could do PCL, PostScript, XPS. There would be label printers that could do ZPL. So ZPL is because Zebra is one of the biggest names in the market anyway. So they have their own language that is being adopted by everybody else. So Epson has label printers, and they do support Zebra or ZPL anyway, okay? Notice that we can also print to an email address on a format. You're not going to send someone a PostScript job, but you could actually send someone a PDF job. We have customers that they do the monthly invoicing using this system. So there is no paper involved. It comes from SAP all the way to print onto an email address that will be delivered to the end customer. So if you didn't want to have really a paperless solution, it could be with something like this, okay? Most important than this, we can actually put feedback back into the console of the SAP user, okay? So if something goes wrong, if in between, remember, in between there is only one layer now, us, so not many layers, not many Windows Spring servers or Linux Spring servers with caps, just one layer. But if something happens, the printer is not online, or someone maliciously delete the job in between, the operator will know straight away. We can even configure a pop-up that will basically go all the way there, okay? The green line is overlapping with the screen, but it goes all the way to the SAP spooler so that we can actually feedback or put feedback into the user. Even if there is an error, you will recognize this is a very old screenshot that I have from one of the test environments. We will put the error in front of the user. Remember, the user might be on a completely different geographic location compared to the printer or where the printer might be, okay? And we can still tell them something went wrong with the print job, and they can actually double-click to get basically more feedback on what went wrong. Anyway, okay? There are a lot of things that we could do. We could actually manage the whole solution from our own console. We have a web interface to create all the printed definitions, and when you create the printed definition, the device will automatically pop up in SAP. There is no need for the SAP basis team to be involved. So you create a device, a printed definition on our console, and without the SAP basis team to need to be involved, the printer will pop up with exactly the settings that are needed. If you delete the printer, if you update the printer with something else, all that will pop up at the SAP spooler. So if you go to SPAD, it will be there. Within seconds, we can target a particular server, maybe all the servers on a particular region, or we could target actually all the SAP servers around. It doesn't really matter. It depends what the printer is going to be used for, okay? But we remove the burden of managing the solution, and we place that into a team that is going to be dedicated to that. They don't need to have any knowledge on SAP or how to operate that or access to the SPAD or anything like that. It's being managed from a web interface. You create a printer, the printer will pop up, you delete the printer will disappear straight away, straight away. So you take that out of the SAP basis team. If you are one of those, you will be happy to hear this, because it doesn't make sense to have someone with your knowledge managing print queues. It doesn't make sense anyway. And it's something that it could be done by someone, I'm going to say less expert. I was thinking less expensive in reality, okay? Because I guess you're all very well paid anyway, okay? So this is something that we could do. We were able to do this for a long time. BCSong is still available on when you move to RISE, or if you move to RISE, is available on the private instance. It's still BCSong is one of the options. Now moving into the public ones, or into, then we will have another solution for you, okay? The other option is BTP. I guess you are already moving to, if you had something on-prem, you are either moving, you move already, you are moving, or you are considering moving very, very soon anyway. The solution is still the same. We can do still everything else, like we have our own spooler. This could be installed anywhere, by the way. You could actually install the server on-prem or in a cloud, or it doesn't really matter. We don't make assumptions about the customer's infrastructure. If they want to, we might have a personal opinion about doing this on-prem or in a cloud. You see, like we have a personal opinion about AI or HI, the human intelligence rather than the artificial intelligence. But it is what the customer wants to do. We might be inclined to say, well, these are the cons and pros and cons of doing this and pros and cons of doing that. But at the end of the day, they decide. So we really want to move to the cloud, Javier. Fine, no issues, okay? So it could be installed anywhere. Then we have, obviously, BTP is going to be there. And then we have a new component that will leverage some of the communication between that component and the spooler is still the same through our own interface. But then we leverage a couple of options, APIs, on the BTP to either do pulling or pushing, basically. So I guess everybody's aware, pulling is do you have something for me, do you have something for me, do you have something for me? Or push means you don't have to drive me crazy, I will let you know whenever I have something for you. We can leverage both. This component, I put something on the slide, you see, these components could be installed anywhere. This could be on-prem, this could be everything is cloud. This component could actually go there or could actually go, it doesn't really matter. Both solutions are now covered, and that is the important thing. If you are on-prem, we have you. If you are moving to the cloud one way or the other, cloud on a SAP environment means many, many things. You're covered. That's it. We can actually manage that output. And once we have the job, it's only one layer, us. We will make sure that we deliver the job all the way to the printer. Okay? Both solutions are certified by SAP. This is important because if you had an on-prem solution or deployment where we could actually install BCSOM, we could do it. The LRS has a professional services team that could actually do that. Now, moving on to the cloud, only SAP will be able to install any component on those environments. Only SAP will be able to do it. And they will only do it for solutions that are certified. You are not certified, they won't touch it. Okay? So it is important. We renew the BTP. We've been told that this is the last time that we can renew the BCSOM because SAP is hoping or expecting that everybody will be on a cloud, some sort of cloud solution by 2027. Although I heard today that that day might slip to 2030 or something like that. Okay, but they were hoping that by 2027 everybody will be on a cloud solution. So we might end up recertifying the BCSOM in 2027 anyway. This is just the last slide of some of the logs. by the way, this is our own console. It's a web interface, very similar to any other interface. The logs are not in color. I just took the logs and changed the color so that you see green. Green is always good. Red is not good. And in between, I have the orange, like, So we printed the job, 5 pages, to a Zebra printer. You see that in there, that we have in our own lab. And after a few attempts, I managed to unplug the printer quickly enough for the spooler to realize, oh, something went wrong, okay? So I printed label 1, label 2, and then the spooler is already telling me something went wrong, and it's been retrying. In fact, it's been retrying a few times. That's what the dots are there, if you follow the timestamp. And at some point, I plug the printer again. It could be that I refill the labels or switch on the printer because it was switched off by someone else or whatever it is. And we will start on label number 3. 5 labels is okay, but if you print 500 labels and you are through label 492 and someone unplugs the printer, you don't need to reprint the whole batch again because we will take it from where we left. Many of the modern label printers, definitely the laser printers, will have a mechanism that we could leverage to actually understand where they are, and we can restart exactly where they left. That's it, okay? So this is actually also very important. We usually do this over an hour or an hour and a half. I'm trying to condense everything to 30 minutes. This is the last slide. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those. We'll be around for lunch, so if you want to approach and you have any more questions, I can, we are 3, you see. We're moving in 3 like the musketeers, you see, so to protect ourselves. Questions? Thank you.
Second Rafael, I will need the help from my colleague Daniel Macias, that is also from Miracans. A big applause for him. Now we are going to refer 3 subpress. 3 free subpress books. So, Daniel, would you like to introduce yourself a little? Only 2 minutes.
Yeah, no, it's super quick. Hello, everybody. I'm Dani Macias from Sanofi. I'm here as a customer to see what are you doing as a developer. Yeah, it's fine. Then it's a pleasure to be here, and that's all. Well, congrats.
Thank you, Dani. So now, Dani will be the innocent hand for this raffle. So let's page descend the 100 attenders. So now you have to click on the BTP expert. So choose a one BTP expert that you know. Oh, sorry.
I can select whatever, no?
Only the BTP. Oh, no. But one moment. Let's repeat. Sorry for that. So let's paste the attender. Now Dani have to click on a BTP expert. A good one. Today, Dani. So let's see. You have to do that 3 times. two more times. So we need to do more faster. So, let's see. Mark, what's it? Where is Mark? It's here? But it's not here, Mark. No, oh, so another try. More quick, no. Faster. Click everywhere. Right. Uy, Antonio, uy. Noelia? It's not here? Ah. Great to have Noelia with us. So Germán is the first one. No, Germán. So use import from BTP, now click. I don't know what happened with Gerard. David? Where is David?
Everybody's
in the same, all from the same table. And the last one. Congratulations, David. Pip. Uy, Magdalena. Edith?
Yeah.
No. Come back. Yeah. We'll take a picture. So thank you very much, Dani, for that.
Thank you.
No, ¿dónde vas? Ven aquí. And now it's time before the lunch break to do a big picture with everyone here in the stage. So you can come here. Below the stage. Gracias.
Hola, 10 segundos de atención. Es la hora de la comida. Tenemos hasta las 2 menos 5. Las botellas que estén vacías de las mesas, si las podéis lanzar en las basuras, en las bolsas de basura, nos hacéis un favor. Gracias.
lograste la real, que un bandido se pudiese enamorar.
Hey, I was doing just fine before I met you. Drank too much and it's an issue, but I'm okay. Hey, tell your friends it was nice to meet them, but I hope I never see them again. I know it breaks your heart. Moved to the city in a broke down coffin. 4 years, no calls. Now I'm looking pretty in a hotel bar, and I can't stop. No, I can't stop. So baby, pull me closer in the backseat of your Rover that I know you can't afford. Bite that tattoo on your shoulder. Pull the sheets right off the corner of the mattress that you stole from your roommate back in Boulder. We ain't never getting older. We ain't never getting older. We ain't never getting older. You look as good as the day I met you. I forget just why I left you. I was insane. Stay, play that Blink 182 song that we beat to death in Tucson. Okay. No, it breaks your heart. Moved to the city in a broke down cafe. 4 years, no calls. Now I'm looking pretty in a hotel bar, and I can't stop. No, I can't stop. So baby, pull me closer in the backseat of your Rover that I know you can't afford. Bite that tattoo on your shoulder. Pull the sheets right off the corner of the mattress that you stole from your roommate back in Boulder. We ain't ever getting older. We ain't never getting older. We ain't ever getting older. So baby, pull me closer in the backseat of your Rover that I know you can't afford. Bite that tattoo on your shoulder. Pull the sheets right off the corner of the mattress that you stole from your roommate back in Boulder. We ain't ever getting older.
Show me how you do that trick, the one that makes me scream, she said, the one that
Hi, hello. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, I hope that you have a very good lunch, and I hope that you don't fall asleep with my talk. So today we are going to talk about avoiding integration catastrophes, okay? So first of all, let me show you the disclaimer. As every year, I show it to be allowed to lie you without any responsibility. Okay, first of all, I'm Antonio Valladares. I'm an integration managing partner of Code10. We are a young company very focused in the technical area of SAP. We do have 3 main domains: integration, development, and big data. And we also do a lot of things of compliance around. Okay? So the ones that they want to contact me, they have the QR here, also in the very end slide, and we can be in contact. So let me try to tell a little bit of the story of our company and link it then with integration. So we are a company that it was founded in 2019, and it was founded by 2 consultants that they were doing ABAP back in the days, and 2 consultants that we were doing integration. And during the years, we were doing very large implementations. And during 2021, we were doing a project in US, a GameStop implementation. So GameStop has more than 4,000 stores just in US. And they do have a curious thing. So when they close the stores, the POS systems, they were sending hundreds of thousands of messages in just 1 second, each store. So we were having like 2 or 3 time slots in US where they were closing the stores. And in that moment, we were receiving millions of messages in just a fraction of seconds. And what we discovered is that when we did implementation of Integration Suite over S4HANA, S4HANA was dying. And it was dying because of wrong use of Integration Suite. It was not because of the tool. It was not implemented in the proper way. And from that, we decided to start to using patterns always. During the years, we were convincing that these patterns that we were developing for that customer and another ones, they should deserve to be packed and used as a proper integration content. So in 2022, we decided to create our first package of integration content covering all these integration patterns, retry mechanism, error handling, alert notifications, and we make it like a proper integration content. And this is when the Code10 CI Accelerator starts in an early stage. Then in 2023, we discovered that we have a lot of content. So we need to kind of organize it. So we create 3 categories. Integration patterns, that is integration content related with creating new interfaces or migration from PIPO, monitoring and alerting tools, and an integration toolkit that is no longer more than whatever doesn't fit in the other ones, we put it over there. But we were missing something. So during 2024, 2 things happened. At the very end of 2024, SAP released the pipeline concept that is no longer more than similar of integration patterns that we have. They cover a lot of scenarios. They are similar in some things, different in other ones, but they have the same philosophy, that you need to split the steps inside Integration Suite to avoid integration catastrophes. But from our end, and from the feedback that we have from our customers, we were missing something. We were missing monitoring tools and administration tools that makes the day-to-day operations simpler and better. So we started to deploy CAP applications in the BTP customers so they can manage their own integration service as we believe that is better. No? So this is an enhancement of Integration Suite. Nowadays, we do have a full set of CAP applications that makes our life easy, and they improve a lot the experience with Integration Suite. So with all of this, what I want to say is that we are not here just to build integrations. We are here to build the foundation of the architecture of integration for the future, for all the companies. And this is important, because today, I showed you last year the CAP applications or monitoring, etc. But today I will be very focused in that every one of you understand why using integration pattern is so important. I know that I've been saying the same for a lot of years, but today I will try to prove it with some examples. So what we develop in Code 10, it is a methodology, tools, and governance for the integration. Okay. Our product is called CI Accelerator, and the main objective is not only to speed up the transition to the cloud, but also to guarantee the quality. This is the most important thing, guarantee the quality based on integration patterns, etc. Okay? We are very happy that our methodology plus our tool, it was validated in the Business Accelerator Hub as a evaluated partner use case, and we have published our CAP applications in the SAP Store. So if you are interested, you can check more information about the CAP applications that we deploy for Integration Suite over there. I'm going very fast because I want to show you in the system. I know that everybody here wants to see it in the system. So the monitoring and alerting tools, they move ahead from the typical email alerting. We are capable of creating tickets in CSA, Jira, Zendesk, ServiceNow, but we are also to use mechanism of messaging tools like Teams, Slack, to notify the different Teams members that something is going wrong in Integration Suite. This improves a lot the quality on how to use the system. We have our monitoring tools. I just put here some screenshot of our dashboard that is way simpler, it was nicer, it has more colors as well than the standard screens. Then we will go and we will touch it, okay? Basically, this is the architecture that we use in CAP to do our applications. So basically, we deploy this in the BTP of the customer. Like that, we don't consume message to do all the caching of the different message logs. And they are built based on the best CAP way of working. No? One of the things that you can see here is that we have two types of authentication. At this moment, we have the default identity provider that it uses your user in order to do the authentication, but we want to use the cloud identity service in the future, so like that we can give a little bit more granularity in the governance. The idea is to just allow some users to monitor some interfaces, because there are some other interfaces that they may contain some sensible data, and we want to avoid that they are monitoring them. Another thing that you can see is the database. We are using a SQLite in-memory database, and we use that database because it allows the user experience to be super fast. We have deployed our CI Accelerator apps in customers that they process millions of messages per day, and you can load 45, 50 million messages in your monitor, really, really seamless and super fast, because it's an in-memory database, similar mechanism as S/4HANA use, and all is cached over there. We have also two other deployment options, always using the SQLite database as a cache to have a better user experience, but we can deploy this using persistence database, either Postgres or S/4HANA, but by default, we don't need a database, we can cache it all in the SQLite. When we talk about what we use for develop this, we use for the front-end UI5, we choose the temp horizon, so like that the look and feel is very similar to Integration Suite, and we use, again, CAP methodology programmed with Node.js, okay? So, I keep the patterns for the very end, because today is about patterns. This was our very first pattern. This is how to do an asynchronous communication. And before I was telling you the story of this S/4HANA system in GameStop that it was going super slow, and it has an explanation about this. So we designed this pattern to solve problems, real problems. In Integration Suite, we use IDOCs, because even though we try to do clean core, most of us, we still have IDOCs, and IDOCs is also part of clean core. So the way that we are sending IDOCs to Integration Suite even though if it's an asynchronous by definition, technologically speaking, with integration suite, it's a synchronous communication. It opens an ICM connection, it delivers the IDOC to integration suite, it does all the process until the very end, and then returns a technical ACK to close the ICM connection. What was happening in the GameStop project is that we have millions of IDOCs per minute, hundreds of thousands per second, and even though we have a very light mapping, it was consuming some seconds, some milliseconds, not seconds. And when we have a lot of mesas, the ICM connections, it was exhausting, and they were starting to queue and queue and queue again. And even though integration suite had a lot of power, S/4HANA wasn't. So to solve this thing, we create this pattern of integration. We do have a decoupling tier that what we do is receive an IDOC or whatever asynchronous message. We put it in a JMS queue dynamically, and we close the connection. So we do the minimum necessary to close this ICM connection to release S/4HANA or whatever other system from unnecessary keeping alive connections. We pick this message, we put it in a JMS queue, we close the connection. The second tier, it does a dynamic routing. And then I will show you in the system. So we do have dynamic routines for most of the objects. It can be JSON, it can be XML, it can be IDOCs. We create dynamic routing based on some attributes for different thingies. The third tier is the application tier. The application tier is what we need to develop when we create a new interface. The rest are out of the box from our package. So over there is where we place our transformation. We convert a structure A into a structure B. And this is the only thing that we need to implement. If you see, the second tier reads from a JMS queue. So it's a asynchronous start, and it communicates with third tier with a process direct. Process direct is a synchronous one. So this allows us to implement retry mechanism and error handling in the second tier, in the routing one. So if any transformation fails, it goes back to the second tier and put it in a JMS queue for retry 3 times, 1, 2, 3, and it fails again, it put it in a deadletted queue. And then it can be retried manually from our add-on. The communication between the third and fourth tier is again asynchronous. We want to break again the synchrony over there, and when the transformation is done, we put the message in another JMS queue. And we do have a fourth tier just to grab this message from the JMS queues and dispatch it to the receiver systems. As well, this is another point that we establish retry mechanism and error handling. So let's imagine the case that we want to dispatch files to an SFTP. We are able to do the transformation successfully, but the FTP is down. So they don't execute again the whole process. They will only execute the dispatching once and once again. Okay? So let's not make the disaster yet. In a while. So for the demo, I want to explain. No? So on the top part of the screen, we do have the classical way of using integration suite. No? So we need to generate an IDOC, we generate one iFlow, we do the transformation, and we send it to the receiver. Okay? This is, unfortunately, how most of the people will do that. We are trying to always do it, I mean, we are always doing it in the second way, and I hope that when you go back home, you understand why we are doing using proper patterns. Again, you can use our patterns, or you can use SAP patterns. That is also what SAP recommends. So yeah, let's go and make a disaster. So first of all, let me see if you can see my screen. Perfect. Okay. It's always nice that the VPN fails when you don't want it. Let's hope that it connects again. Meanwhile it connects, let me show you our integration suite, okay? So this is, okay, it seems that the BTP is up again. So this is the homepage of our Code NCI accelerator. Let me check if this is loading well. doesn't look like, because it's connecting to the VPN probably. If we start the demo like that, we didn't start in the proper way. Okay. Yeah. Load, please. Yes. Here we go. Okay. So this is the home dashboard that we implement. Here we have some nice KPIs. Of course, on top of that, this should be a certificate monitoring. This will prevent that we only update the certificates when they are already expired. So for this case, I already implement one flow. Let me show you, because I triggered one message. I don't like the connection here. Yeah. So I call it good integration MatMass. So good integration MatMass, it has 4 patterns. Okay. Here we have, and we execute the 4 steps. So from here, we can navigate to integration suite. And I will explain the patterns. You see, it's the connection. Of course, it's never integration suite. It's the internet connection. This is the internet connection, because I tried before and it was going way faster. Okay, I have a video just in case, but this was not what I want to show. Okay, let's check it from here. No. Okay. Very sorry, I think now it's going. Okay, so the first scenario is very simple, the coupling. We pick an IDOC, we drop it in a JMS queue, and we close the connection. Okay, I want to show you, this normally goes way better. Let's use the backup. Sorry very much, you know. Okay, so I think from here, what I want to do, before just click play, I don't know what this will do, I picked 100 IDOCs, okay? This is not a Super S4HANA, it's just a server that is in our office. And I pick 100 IDOCs for triggering with a normal interface and with our patterns. The first one is with our patterns. I put a clock to check how much time it takes to process them. 100 IDOCs that they will go. It has a mapping that it waits half a second and then delivers to an SFTP. Both interfaces, they have the same mapping, they have the same parameters, everything. And the only difference is one, we use integration patterns and the other one not. So when I put the 100 IDOCs over there, I can start the thing, trigger it all in once, and When they use integration patterns, the approach is that as they open and close the connection immediately, it only consumes on ICM connection less than 300 milliseconds. So in something like 40 seconds, you will see, all the IDOCs will be processed. While at the contrary, now they are generating IDOCs over there. That's why I need some time. We already have 109, 16, there were 57 before. And all the transmission happens in barely 40 seconds. Okay, 43 seconds. If we play the other video, it's a little bit longer. So here what I do is undeploy the first step using our application and then deploy the integration catastrophe interface. That is the one that uses a standard way of implementing integration suite. So when this is deployed, I trigger again the same set, 100 IDOCs. All the IDOCs are the same. It's the same material 100 times. I put it here, I trigger, and when it's triggered, then I start the clock. Okay? So this is taking way, way more. I'm going to scroll the video up. We see 1 minute, and we still have almost 2 minutes, and we have 71, 88. So we can see that using pattern, you are able to process with the same mapping and the same infrastructure 4 times faster. Let's imagine that you multiply these things by a bigger volumes of IDOCs. You will see that you will save a lot of time and a lot of performance of the system. Let's check now if the internet connection is very fast. I want to show you how does it look like. No, the internet connection is not. Okay, this should be caching my computer, so we can see here how the message look like, and the bad interface is called integration catastrophe. Sorry for the connectivity. I did the same test just way before, and it worked perfectly fine, but you know that when you come here in the stage, what it should go wrong should go wrong. So yeah, I invite you to contact me anytime if you want to see it again, if you want to see it working, because luckily I recorded in video yesterday. But it's important to use integration patterns, okay? At least get this sentence with this. And what we provide with our add-on is a way of monitoring them in a very easy and human-readable way, like you can see here, where we extend one message and we can see the different steps that the IDOCs were going through, okay? So thank you very much, and I'm sorry for that didn't work properly.
Sí, tiene que conectarlo ellos. Hi, good afternoon.
My name is Rafael Valdez. I'm the Solution Advisor Manager for Southern Europe for BTP and BDC. And today with my colleague Daniel Alamo, today we are going to try to explain what is SAP Knowledge Graph. It's a masterpiece for SAP to interact with the AI, and we think that this is very important to understand by our customers and partners what is the meaning of the SAP Knowledge Graph. So let me explain right now what is the issue when you are going to interact with the LLMs from a business or a company. The problem right now is a business user just send a question to the LLM, and the problem is that the LLM provides an answer, but that answer has a few issues. The first one is that the answer can only use public data. The data maybe is out of date, and the other problem is the LLM don't know nothing about the business context of your company. So the answer has a main problem. Maybe it can provide some hallucinations included in the answer. This is a high risk because in your company, you need to trust when you interact with the AI. If you are going to take some decisions, strategic decisions based on some LLM's answers or analysis, you need to create some trust on what is going to provide by the LLM. And we are going to try to solve this problem with a few new ways to work. And the first one is with the retrieval augmented generation. What is the purpose of this retrieval augmented generation, RAG? Is the first one, try to provide to the LLM with the real facts, relevant facts, about the context of the question I send into the LLM. The other is enrich the LLM input, not only with my question, but include some business context in that input to the LLM to provide an accurate and trusted answer of the LLM to the business user. This is the objective, the first objective of RAG. But RAG is oriented especially for unstructured information. How it works? Well, we already saw something similar in the previous presentations about vectoring and how it works with data. Okay, this is the same, but SAP has some advantage. The vectoring that SAP uses in HANA with the vector engine is based on embeddings. Embeddings just transform the text data in vectors, but SAP had the advantage to know the industry and the business of the customer, so can classify that vector much better and can compare these vectors based on our distance and angles, can provide a much more accurate classification in more structured data for unstructured data. So it can be used to enrich the question we send to the LLMs. With this scenario, we have a completely different way to interact with the LLMs. First, we will send the question to the LLM, but this time we are going to enrich the input to the LLM with the business context of my company. Okay, so now we can provide business context from the structured data, but now with a vector engine, we can provide the same context with relevant data for my business. We had a vector engine to enrich the input that will be received by the LLM. So the answer we are going to get from the LLM will be a trusted answer that can I use to take decisions in my company or for my productivity. Okay, now we have a different way to work with unstructured data. But if we want to go one level up, how can I improve this with structured data? Okay? This is where plays SAP knowledge graph or knowledge graph. Knowledge graph is a network of facts based off entities. And it uses one standard called resource description framework. And the ontology is where I'm going to define the relationships between the entities in more or less graphic mode. So at the end, we are going to create triplets. What is triplets? Triplets is a block of data that I'm going to include some semantic meaning. So when I'm going to access this data, I'm going to get not only data, but semantic meaning in that data. So it's a completely different way to work with data when I try to access to relevant data to provide to the ELLMs. Now, we are not going to work with files and columns. Now, we are going to work with triplets. The SAP HANA knowledge graph will store the data in triplets format. The triplets have three different parts: subject, predicate, and object. In that way, this block of data has some semantic that I can use to provide a much more accurate input to the LLM. And the end, what we are going to get is a different way to work. And it's so important for SAP that SAP has his own SAP knowledge graph. SAP uses SAP knowledge graph in all solutions. So at the end, we can provide what we call one domain model. It's something that for the customers and partners will be transparent working with any data storage in any solution of SAP, because it will use knowledge graph to know exactly the relevant data you need when you are going to work with intelligent applications or LLMs. It's so important. It's a masterpiece for SAP. You can see here that the key, the layer to interact any kind of AI from SAP with the different data storage in the BDC or SAP applications is the SAP knowledge graph. Any interaction with the AI and the SAP data use SAP knowledge graph. Okay, at the end, you see that, as I explained before, we have a more enriched question or input to the LLM with some business context from the unstructured data, but now we are going to enrich from the structured data and using the resource description framework standards and graph and knowledge graph. We are using this to provide not only all the business content, all the business context from the structured data, but for the structured data too in a much more efficient way. And now let me introduce to Daniel Alamo. He is going to explain the architecture.
Yeah, so quite cool, right? Knowledge graph, relational data, relations without any table, adding with new tables, new primary keys, nothing like that. We're just having one structured data, which is subject, object, predicate, and on top of that, we do the relationship between different entities. Does that sound familiar? I think when I was a child that was in language school, they taught us, what's the structure of any sentence? It's subject, object, predicate. So that's what we want to build with this kind of knowledge graphs. So how does it look like on SAP world? Well, you will see, as always, like a lot of boxes. Don't get nervous, it's quite simple. In this case, we are everything inside BTP except the LLMs. As you know, we can consume many LLMs through Generative AI Hub within BTP. So we're going to use that capability of BTP to enrich our prompts with this knowledge graph that we can create. How we will create them? We will create it in HANA Cloud database. So HANA Cloud database, which is also part of the BTP, has the needed libraries to build this kind of knowledge graphs. And we can then retrieve it and use it for enriching our prompts that we send to the LLM to do this graph. So it's graphic retrieval augmented generation that Rafa before explained. How are we going to create that knowledge graph? That's what we are going to see. We are building a Cloud Foundry application, also inside BTP, so everything is inside BTP, for that specific commitment. So let me show you how can we build a knowledge graph inside SAP BTP. So for this, we are going to use a real-world use case. So let's imagine we are an equipment company, and we have documents. These are PDFs that we have stored, maybe in some SharePoint or in whatever repository that we have them. So this will be our business context. We want to build a graph regarding all these different kind of equipments and all the different properties and different interactions that they have each other, because they may be composed equipments, etc., right? So that's what we are going to build right now. So the first goal is to extract those entities. Which are those entities? Which are the properties? How those entities interact with each other? For that, we are going to use LLMs, which, of course, they understand natural language, and we want exactly that. We want object, subject, object, predicate. So that's exactly natural language. So they do really, really well in this kind of context. The outcome will be the knowledge graph that we will store on SAP HANA Cloud, and then we will retrieve, we will use to retrieve data to our different scripting that we will send via prompts to the LLMs on our intelligent applications. So this knowledge graph will help our company to answer specific questions that may be not published on the internet, or maybe with updated data that is not available on the LLMs, etc., right? So it will help us to retrieve and avoid those hallucinations that we can get with just calling the different LLMs. So this is the flow that we are going to follow. We are going to define the ontology. This is the metadata of the knowledge graph, so which are like the main entity, which properties can have its entity, how can they interrelationate. This is an optional point. I will just explain you there. After this, we will design the prompts that will help to extract these kind of entities and ontologies from the different PDFs where we have the information. And then we will just do the workflow for extracting that information from the documents. After all, there will be a final example, which is just extract those triples, and we will review them, and then store the knowledge graph on HANA, making use of the HANA libraries that do this. So as you see here, the design prompt, extraction, workflows, and review, this is kind of cascading, so it's iteration. Of course, as much as we can review, the better. We know LLMs don't work always as good as we should, as we think them to work. So there is always the human part of reviewing what the LLMs give us as an ontology. So ontology, this is like the metadata. I normally see it as like the table columns in the table structured data world. But here it's not going to be like that. It's going to be the different, like here it says engine power, torque, I mean, the different entities or the different attributes that we want to extract from our PDFs. For this, just to name them, there are some standards that we encourage to use here, like the schema.org or the DMTF, the Common Information Model standards, just in case you want to use them. We'll leave here some of the links. They are public, so it's not an SAP thing, and we encourage you to use them. We are going to list those attributes. We are going to list the relationship between them. And as an additional guidance, this is just as simple as doing a table where it says object, property, subject, and just it, okay? So how are we going to do the LLMs to extract that part from our documents? We are creating those prompts. This is some example. We make explicit what we want the LLM to do. This is very important. We give the LLM the role of the knowledge graph constructor. After that, well, we can do labeling, naming conventions. We make them also explicit for the knowledge for the LLM to creating the knowledge graph, because otherwise they will not follow our naming conventions. This could cause issues when we build different knowledge graphs and we want to interact each other. And then, and this is very important and very useful from our experience, when we create knowledge graphs, and when we use LLMs to create those knowledge graphs, give them example of what you want to be the real output. That's why the first part, they create the ontology, it's mostly useful. Give them some examples on the namings, on the formats, and on the things that you want to get. This is really important, and from our experience, this is quite differential when we want to create the knowledge graph. After that, this prompt is already created. We will do the rest of the program, how we call the LLM, how we pass them the prompt, and how we inherit that output from the LLM. Here is just some code example on how we build this on any cloud application Cloud Foundry application. So in this case, we are using Generative AI Hub. You know that we have, I think it was last time I saw it, it was 38 different LLM models that we can use. In this case, just for an example, we're using ChatGPT 4.0. We give them where is our PDFs or our list of PDFs that we want to extract the data. We just do some, like here, some document string parsing for that. But at the end, we just call the LLM with the prompt that we already built in the step before, and we just get the triples. We get those triples combined. This already will give us the ontology the complete ontology that we later will store in our HANA database. Of course, next step is review what this program, what the LLM gave us. This is the example that we were just building. In this case, this is the output. As you see, it's triples. It's whatever equipment is an equipment. This is what ontologies look like. This is what knowledge graph look like. This is like real world. I am a person. This is a shirt. I wear the shirt. That's a person wears shirt, and I wear this shirt. This is how the real world regards. I mean, when we want to we want LLM to build use cases, this is how we reflect real world data. I mean, the real world data is not structured in tables. It is structured in subject or the predicate. That's how our mind also comprehends the world around us. Once we have reviewed these triples, we just store the knowledge graph on HANA. For here, I just built some string treatment. This is normal development work. Not everything is as simple as, okay, just store the document. No, it's not that simple. We have to do some things like, okay, let's check that the encodings are correct, and let's define those functions for the encodings and values stored correctly. After that, we just call the engine, which is the SparkQL, that Rafa also mentioned before, that is part of our HANA Cloud database that will store this ontology. So like here, you see at the end, the final SparkQL execute, where we can just store the SparkQL graph. So with that, we will already have our ontology and our metadata ontology and our data ontology built. And this is, as Rafa said, how we at SAP build our SAP knowledge graph, which is used in Joule. So this is the same way that you can do for custom developments. So what are the main benefits of this knowledge graph, just to sum up? It refers the real-world data. This is important for LLMs especially, because LLMs treat information the same way that we as humans treat it, via natural language. So it reflects the real-world data, which means simple data architecture. We just have one table. It's not a table, it's a graph. We just have object, predicate, subject. That's it. So it will reduce the software and support cost, as you see. If we want to include something new, we just don't have to build the whole SQL again. We just add them to the ontology. Of course, it supports what we call graph retrieval augmented generation approach, mostly in generative AI LLM scenarios. This increases the usability and adoption of our solutions and includes the end user productivity because end user will communicate with LLMs in the same way that LLM are getting the information from the knowledge graph. And yeah, it facilitates the advanced data reasoning, the integration and interference capabilities. So it will just empower all of our intelligent applications without hallucinations and with better performance than normal LLM calls. So more accurate decisions without these hallucinations and more effective business process execution. To end with, we'll just pass it to Rafa. We'll show you some real business use cases where we can use this graph methodology.
Well, to be honest, we used slides with example because we want to avoid the demo effect.
Yes.
Okay, let's see the real use cases. It's what is really interesting. Okay, the first one is evident, is how we are going to interact with the artificial intelligence. In the companies, we need to provide, when we are going to work with artificial intelligence, the context of my company. And we should do it from the beginning to get a trusted answer from the LLMs. And this knowledge gap can solve this problem. The other use case is for finance and banking. Why? Because with knowledge graph, you can detect the relations or some with different entities. You can detect, for example, risk or customer behaviors because the relevant data is connected in triples. So you can detect and predict risk much more efficient with knowledge graph. Of course, search engine. If you use knowledge graph to build or use with a search engine, you not only get the data you want, you can get the data related to the question you are sent or you just sent to the AI. So this is very efficient, and you can get much more information to get everything you want about the context of your question. Another use case is in the e-commerce and retail. Why? Because you can detect the behavior of a customer, and because you have related all the information with semantic meaning, you can, for example, predict the demand or the behavior of a customer to provide better recommendations. Healthcare. Healthcare is especially important in knowledge graph or something like knowledge graph because it's vital to detect connections between the data so you can help in the healthcare industry, for example, in everything related to investigation. And the last one is you can work with the Resolve Description Framework standards and knowledge graph to work with intelligent applications because you will get not only the data you need for any question or any interaction with the artificial intelligence, you will get everything related about this question or this context you are working. So this is especially important, as I said before, for the companies that is going to use the intelligent apps, for example, to take decisions, strategic decisions in real time, or strategic decisions based on what they get from the artificial intelligence. Okay, you can, or you will get this presentation with more information if you need it. And thank you very much for your time.
Sorry, Nicolas, for the break. So now it's time to make a last raffle. We will raffle 8 backpacks with the great contributions that we have from colleagues that have already published here in the SAP community groups. Can you? Okay. You can see here some great contributions and a lot of great imagination. And, whoops, sorry. I would like to call all judges, Gerard and Silvia from Mal, and Gerard from Minadi. Oh, my God. We can wait. And Gerard also picked the high-tech technology that we use to select the winners. How you can describe the tool that you use for measure the difference?
It's the ultimate technology. It's the open AI, the new model.
AI rules.
Yes, it's the best.
It's an AI rule. So while we're waiting Sylvia, we can check here some kind of, we can review the contributions from the different users.
No. One moment, Enrique, please. Please.
No, Enrique.
One moment, please.
We will need you. Because here you can see from Gespo,
all images,
Sebo,
but the
that's
best
fine.
image is Enrique Castella.
We have an special one.
It's the best.
We would like to know what kind of intelligence artificial.
Show the image.
Which one is that? It's, Edu, can you share with us how you create that? We have one better than this, and this is from Enrique Castella. So Silvia.
Now?
Can you share, Silvia, how you use this tool?
Yes, it was like, we didn't use any AI, I'm sure. It was like super precise, the tools that we use, I can promise you that. And it was very hard to decide who was the winner, who were the winners. So I think we're...
Maybe Enrique deserves an hour. So no, but let's see. We have a lot of contributions, and here we copy all of them. You can see people, maybe, if you are very critical, you can see here people that are not in the forum because some SAP colleagues don't have an user already set up correctly with universal ID, but this is, as you say, how you say in English, en casa del herrero, cuchillo de palo?
It's in English.
So let's import, I don't know where. So, Silvia, we need your innocent hand because Gerard is...
Where do I need to do?
So just click.
And then click? ¿Dónde aquí?
In here. Your name.
Yes.
Lily. She left. I think that I will pick one for her. So this is one for Lily. Lily. So Silvia, we need to do. Sí.
No, la de arriba.
Gerard.
Que si no gano, no me siento importante. No me ha tocado. No sé, el programa tiene un...
Uy, Dani. Congratulations, Danny. Stay here, stay here. You can be now the innocent hand. So now we have to remove Lily. Let's. Me está amenazando por detrás. No. Danny, your turn. Whenever you want. Okay. Click, 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 click. Carlas? No. You cannot repeat the sentence.
It's the same price.
No. You deserve. Congratulations. Now we have to remove Carlas. I think that we need to listen to Enrique. Then how. And the last one is for, I don't know which one. But Gregory, you have to explain us your areas.
Guy Fawkes, Smart Enterprise, GDO, my initials.
This. Very SAP, very SAP. So, a picture? You can pick the one from Lily.
I'm Lily.
You're Lily now. Congratulations. No, porque si no se queda ahí.
Okay, so here we are. A few time ago, when David asked us to talk about something here, I thought, what can we talk about, taking into account that everybody is talking about AI, is talking about business data cloud, and I think that in the real world, the big problem is that when we talk about how SAP is working now, we have the S4 as the core system, a lot of business of business solutions, like, for example, success factors. We have BTP as a platform to do the extensibility. We have AI to use or to improve the functionality, or business data cloud to analyze our information. But the difference, one of the biggest difference from the past is that each of those pieces is a different machine in the reality. So there are problems or things that the companies does not do yet, or is not ready to use. For example, if we want to use Joule in our S4 private cloud, we have two big problems. The first one is that most people is using the classic GUI right now. And the second one is that they do not have the use or the users unified across their landscape. So, thinking about that, I selected the cloud identity services to talk about. It's a very simple concept. It's much quite similar to Azure, for example, and it has. Sorry, I used the incorrect button. And we have, I think, that 4 important parts. The first one is how the user can log the authorization mechanisms. The user store, if we are using the service to store the user data. And we have another 2 options. One is the identity provisioning to move the identities through our landscape, and the last one is quite new, the authorization management to give us a bit more granularity to talk, to assign the permissions to the users. So today I'm trying to explain a little things that in my experience have been tricky in some projects. So that's the 4 parts, which is separated. Obviously, we're not reading that. The first thing is SAP provides us free of charge of two tenants, one for non-productive systems and one for productive environment. But how do we know if we have 1 or 2 active today? There is a web that I spend a lot of time to find, to see that very fast. And we can see how many tenants do we have right now, which are the administrators of that tenant, and which applications are related to it. So we have a clear view and can identify the people we need to talk to register a new solution, for example. Talking about identity authentication and identity directory, the first important thing is the user profile. We have a lot of standard fields and also 10 custom fields when we will store all the needed information. And we need to take in account here, which is I think the most interesting thing, that we will use those information to send the correct identity to each system. For example, if I'm using an identity authentication to manage the logon to the S4, in which where my user is Nevázquez, or success factors, where my user is the employee name, or maybe BTP, where my user is my email. We have a lot of different user IDs in each system. So in the user store, we can manage all of them, and then in the next step, when registering the application, we can select which one is important or is needed to use with any of those applications. So obviously, the same way that when using any other identity provider like Azure Enter ID, for example, we need to register our application, SAP or non-SAP, in the system. And there are 4 basic steps. To establish the trusting and to identify which field or which user attribute is the one that identifies the user in that application. Here, when you configure an application, I recommend you the most to cover the home URL information. That's not used for anything, but 8 months later, you will remember my advice. Because later, after the configuration, it's not easy to identify the systems that are configured, especially when the system or the cloud identity services is used by a lot of people. Okay. We can also federate our identity services in the corporate ID, so the users have only one credentials in the whole company, which is very useful. Okay? It's the same way here. The best part is we are, as the SAP team, configure this federation one time and use it through all the applications, so we do not need to talk with other teams every time. Okay. These are the comparison of the two usual authentication ways. The right one is using only the identity authentication as the user store, and the second one in the left is using federating the authentication in a corporate identity provider. Why or what I want to remark here, that is, I think it's important, that those systems does not talk directly between them. They are always interchanging a ticket with the needed information. So in the reality, is the user browser which interacts with all. Okay, I found in the past one customer that wanted to federate their cloud identity services in the corporate identity provider, but that identity provider was out of was not connected to the internet, so they could not do the logging outside of the company, for example. Okay. Interesting things about those parts, because these four topics are the most important, but for example, we can do many things that can be done in another. We can establish password policies for the users, excluding some patterns, or doesn't allow to use the first name or some similar fields. We can disable or delete the users because of their inactivity. We can activate quite types of multi-factor authentication. The most used, obviously, is the two-factor authentication with application, but we can register physical devices, or we can use email, and we can use which SAP calls the SMS two-factor authentication, but this is a little tricky because you need to establish a contract with Sinch to use that service, but from Sinch you can use a lot of options. You can use Telegram, WhatsApp, WeChat, a lot of Instagram to receive or send the user each code. Okay. it's important to take in account that this multi-factor authentication only applies when the user is logging with the user store of the identity authentication. If we are delegating the logging in the corporate identity provider, the strategy that applies in that system is that will be used. Okay? With risk-based authentication, we can select by application which multi-factor authentication methods are needed. We can restrict access by IP or domain. We have, as you see, a lot of options. We can do a very small change of look and feel. We can change the email templates, which are I think that everybody here have received a mail of that type, for example, to activate the account. Okay? And we can do an interesting thing that I think that Antonio was talking about that in his speech, which is that we can use the group, the user group assignment in identity authentication to dynamically assign permissions or role collections in the BTP side. So, obviously, for the end user, this is not important, but for the people who administrate the landscape, we only need to go to one system. We can do that. I did this also with the security group of the Enter ID, for example, and the goal or the benefit of this is that we can minimize the system where we need to go when creating a user, for example. We have user statistics. We can bind the logs, the audit logs with the audit log service in the BTP, so we can see the information of our landscape in one site. And we can use the troubleshooting logs, which is very useful when we are trying to understand what is happening when a logon fails, because the tickets, in most of cases, the logon tickets, the SAML2 or the OpenID tickets are encrypted, so we need to go to the system to analyze what is happening. And what about, there are a lot of things more that you can do with the identity authentication part, but these are the most usual, in my experience, in the lot of systems that I did configure in the past. About identity provisioning, this is the functionality that allows us to move or copy the entities from one system to another. It's very used in SuccessFactors, for example, because in SuccessFactors, or maybe in the S4 public cloud, for example, because some functionality is enabled through, for example, an embedded SAC, but you need to move the user to that SAC, to that SAP Analytics Cloud, in order to allow the user to log on. So here we can move, and we can, from one source system, move the information or the user to many systems. We can create system from template, which is very useful because you have the main transformation prepared. We have a property section where we configure principal the destination, the system which are going to be connected, and we do a lot of transformations. And here is where we can do a lot of things. We can skip entities based on conditions. We can move to the end the system. It's a kind of integration, okay? But we can do very interesting things. For example, we can execute one rule only when we are creating the entity, or we can attach some kind of string to the value. So in the end, we are preparing or unifying the information from many systems in the identity authentication, and from there we can share the information with the other. Obviously, we can do the execution in a program way, and we can see the logs of the execution to analyze the problems. It's quite useful. And the best part is that as a solution, we do not need to talk with another corporate teams that in most cases do the things a little more troubled, okay? And for the last, this is something that is appearing lately, and is that in some specific BTP services, in this case, for example, for document AI, there are a new option to configure or to manage the permissions of the users using policies. Okay, this option only is enabled when we have a specific service that uses this technology, and it's related or federated via OpenID Connect. I think that this is the beginning of this information. We can use the standard policies, or we can create some of them using object properties or user properties. But I think that right now it's not quite useful, but it's the beginning, maybe, it's my opinion obviously, that SAP wants to use this functionality to allow a central managing of permissions for the users. Okay, that's all.
Okay, so good afternoon. My name is Jaume Manero. I work at T4S, and nobody told me that this presentation was going to be in English. So that's the reason that you have it in Spanish. Okay, so sorry for that. I'm going to tell you a story. Okay, so I'm going to explain you a challenge, a process, and the final conclusions that we had. Because when you speak with customers, when you speak with users, you discover that users don't speak SAP. Users speak in a different way. Users call things the real names. They don't call words like mandant, client, so the users have difficulties accessing with their language, with their user language, to the system. So this responds to two projects that we've done, 2 pilots, one with an oil company that loves dinosaurs. I don't ask me why, so the ones of you that you are in Spain, you know which one it is, and with another company. Okay, so I'm going to explain the dinosaur example, okay? So we found this challenge, okay? You have here 16 questions. This was a part of the unit testing, okay? So the idea was to create a model that was able to respond to these questions. Look at this question. Tell me the last 5 incidents that happened in movements and mezclas, movimientos y mezclas. If any of you knows something about refineries, is a small plant into the refinery, okay? But I don't see the word plant here. So this is difficult. I mean, this is quite difficult even for us, okay? So the challenge was to be able to respond to the 16 questions with 100% accuracy, I will say, okay? And then there were some constraints. There is always problems here, okay? So the first was use as many BTP services as you can. So don't think that if I use a BTP service that I cannot do it without it, but one of the constraints of the challenge was use as many services from BTP because we want to see them working, okay? Use open source tools. We use LangGraph. I'll explain why in a second. Okay, I want you to use agents. I want you to use a workflow of agents because that was we said that this was the way of doing. And we want to state of the art. Less than 100% response, we don't agree, okay? And then we'll do an evaluation of your solution. And this is difficult, as I said. This is difficult because we can see if we have the sentence, how many open items from vendor Hermanos Martinez, what happens if we don't have the word vendor? What happens if we have a synonym for open items and not the word open items that's very well known in SAP? So this is one of the difficulties that we had, especially responding to the data elements. And then all the different combinations that we can make in our questions, okay? So compare Hermanos Martinez to BC installations and create me a debt table. What proportion of paid and pending on amount we have with Hermanos Martinez? So these kind of questions are quite difficult to understand, and one of the reasons has to deal with the data element, okay? So this defines the way that we manage or we define our solution, okay? So this is a bit of a description of what we use, okay? So we use a language model in AI Core. We use LangGraph with Python. That's our contribution mainly. All the compute capability was in Cloud Foundry in BTP. The database to access was in HANADB. Okay, it initially was a BW4, but we put it in HANADB for easier access. And then a user access, the user dialog. We did a quick and dirty solution with a Streamlit, but at the same time, the idea is to access to this system through Teams. Okay, so we want to have access with Teams. What's the problem? Maintenance. A nightmare of tables. You know that SAP, we can talk about knowledge graphs. They're not here. So we can talk about knowledge graph and everything very sophisticated, but really the data model of SAP is a hierarchical model that comes from R2 in many cases. So in this case, we tried to put here, you can see here the names in Spanish of the different parts of the model. Okay, so it's a complex data model that is not completely understood sometimes, but putting it together, it's a challenge, okay? So these are the questions. We've seen them already. So these are the kind of questions. Tell me the 5 last incidents. Can you group all the latest incidents of the last year from the Plan RH amendment? So there are different kinds of, the idea was talk with SAP in the same way as the users talk. Talk with SAP in the same way as the users ask themselves the questions about different areas of the company, okay? So this was the first draft of the architecture. The best draft of the architecture had an agent, a natural language agent that works on HANA-DB, then some endpoints for the question and from the answer, for the input and the output, and then some vector database. Initially, we wanted to use Claude, but for cost and to go faster, at the end we used ChatGPT, but we didn't focus too much on the language model that we were using. So this is the last, the component overview that we used. Okay, so we have a SAP HANA Cloud. You can see here that the HANA Cloud, this is an on-prem customer, so we loaded the BW4 data, but we could have loaded from the standard tables of the productive system, so it doesn't matter. So this is the architectural model. We use the generative AI hub, SAP AI Launchpad, SAP AI Core, all the different components that you have, and the vector engine. Okay, so this is what we did. We made a graph. This is the graph of our agent solution. It's a graph with 4 agents, sequential agents. Okay, so the first agent is very simple. It tries to understand if the prompt is valid. Okay, so it's a question or not. Then to get the information, text to SQL, and the final answer. Okay. Why sequential? So at this point, we had a discussion on using Crew AI or LangGraph. And possibly because we are not, as I would say, as aggressive as possible, we discarded Crew AI. Why? Because if you're working with agents and you have loops in agents, it's very, you lose control of the instructions. If you use traditional programming, you know that an instruction comes after another one. And if you put a function after another one, it will be executed after another one. But if you have a loop in your agents, you start getting into loops that sometimes they never finish. Okay, so we discarded loops that are controlled by the agents, and we try to make agents that are sequential. Why? Because if you put agents in parallel, it's quite easy that you'll end up fighting between them, and they'll start having a loop. So it's much easier, put all your agents one after the other. Okay, so that's one of the things that we learned the hard way, and that's one of the things that we discarded using Crew AI, because Crew AI, with some of the most complex prompts, started to get into a fight between the different agents, and this fight really sometimes created infinite loops. Okay, so we had to kill the response. Okay, so let's see our 4 agents, how they behave. The first agent looks at the prompt, and the first agent tells us if the prompt is correct or not. That's very easy. Okay, so it uses an LLM. So the LLM just tests if the prompt is correct, syntactic understanding of the prompt. And if it's not a question, if it's not a prompt, a valid prompt, it finishes the answer. This is to protect the rest. That's much more costly, I would say. Okay, so the first step, easy one, an LLM acts in the prompt and then decides if the prompt is valid or not. Get relevant schemas. We are now in the game, okay? So this one loads all the schemas relevant to the question. So it makes a parsing of the question, understands which one of the data elements that it's using, and then the data elements that it's using goes to the database and loads the schemas of these tables that we are going to use, okay? It's very important here, the verbs, okay? So when we get the relevant schemas, it's very important to use the right embeddings. Why? Because if we are asking for the plant of math class that we said before, math class needs to become an embedding. Okay, so this was an iterative, I would say, an iterative process where we identified what was all the data elements that we had to transform into embeddings, because the user is using those names for search. Okay, and instead of making the user say that Hermanos Martinez is a vendor, we know that we need to load all the vendors as embeddings. Okay, so that was an important point that we learned it the hard way, because the first experiences were not very, I would say, accurate. Okay, so the get relevant schemas is very important because it parses and identifies the different components. Here, we used syntactic parsing as well, because there is a service in HANA that allows fuzzy search in names, because Hermanos Martinez maybe is written in a very different way with misspelling, stuff like that. So there is a service in HANA that allows you to look for the near neighbor, that it adds some precision to the process before we went into the large language model, okay? And then the big agent, I would say that if we have different agents of different sizes, like the dogs we saw before, there is one agent that's the biggest one and the I would say, more sophisticated. It's the one that transforms the text to SQL, okay? So this text to SQL uses several tools. This is a sophisticated agent that uses external tools. One of the tools that it uses is the fuzzy match record, okay? So this is the syntactic similarity. But at the same time, it uses semantic similarity using the embeddings that we just loaded, okay? So what the text to SQL, what it does is generates the SQL sentence and then executes it using the execute query tool. The execute query tool, it's a standard tool from LangGraph that you need to modify a little bit for SAP, but actually it executes the SQL, generates a look JSON, and passes it to the final answer agent. The final agent, the final answer agent, what it does is it takes all the response, it modifies accordingly, and it generates in a format that is acceptable by the chat interface, okay? So let's see some of the pieces, okay? So when we say the question, tell me the 5 events created in Movimientos y Mezclas, the first thing is we get the relevant schemas. And the relevant schemas have all the technical information about what's the tables that participate here. Here you can see this is a very long pages and pages of information that correspond to the tables that we've identified that are in the game with this prompt, okay? Then, after getting the relevant schemas, the text to SQL uses several tools. These tools, for instance, the first one, search in the view, it performs a first search, syntactic, semantic, etc. And finally, constructs the SQL query and executes the SQL query. And this response goes to the final answer, and we get here the 5 events that we were that were in the initial prompt, okay? So, result, 100% accuracy with the unit testing, but lots of fine-tuning, okay? So this is one of the lessons that we'll see now. This is not an easy task. It doesn't work out of the box, and there is lots of fine-tuning trying to find out the right balance between the embeddings and the prompts, because each one of the agents has a behavior that's defined by a system prompt. Defining the system prompt of each one of the agents was a long process, okay? Because you need to tell. We'll see later a possibility, okay? A small part of the master prompt of one of the agents, but you can see that we had to patch it until the execution was perfect, okay? Explainability. Explainability is important, especially if you are tracing the model. So how did we trace the model? By using the LLM. So the LLM told us, so you can see that in our standard question, here we say, here you have the 5 incidents, and then it describes with the trace on in the model, it tells you which views has used, how it has filtered, and then the main areas of the SQL. Okay, so we found out that explainability, that sometimes is very difficult, in this case was one of the easiest things on the agent workflow, because the same agent was able to explain all the steps that had been taken. Okay, so explainability, very well. Okay? So the lessons we learn. The lessons we learn is that the evil is in the details. Okay, so making a text to SQL, you get an example from the internet, you make it work, it works. But to make it to work in your real life scenario, with your real life data, etc., is not that easy. Okay? So we had to use business and technical expertise, because at some point you need to know the data model that you're trying to access very well, because it performs, I mean, it's not only the hallucinations of the model, it's the hallucinations of the person that's using the model, because it requires lots of patience on doing that. Then lots of small tricks. So for instance, one that took us a couple of days to find is the left trailing zeros in data that comes from BW. You say, it took us some time to discover that the left trailing zeros were destroying some of the searches that we were. This is something that for people that has worked with BW for a long time knows that this happens. But it took us a couple of days to find it. Then to verify the questions. The first question works, but you need to have like 50 questions that are 100% correct. So you need a good package, a robust training pack for unit testing, okay? Then you need to define some coherence, okay? Because we found out that the customer, in this case the client, I mean, is closed and deleted orders the same? So these questions kill you, because the system gives you a number and it's not the same number that the customer has, and then after a while you discover that the interpretation of closed and deleted orders is different between your agent and your customer, okay? So some small things in data elements are very important, and that's what I said at the beginning, problem with the details, okay? So for instance, non-identifiable, that's something that is on tables. How do we treat this data from SAP? How does the customer understand this data, okay? Then the embeddings. We try to embed the minimal kind of information, because the embedding, we use the vector database in HANA, the HANA vector database, etc. It's a kind of RAG, I would say, but in this case, finding which was the minimum set of embeddings that we needed was an iterative process, okay? Then, the agents had very complex system prompts, but possibly it's easier to do a RAG, in order to manage the work of the agents, much more complicated, okay? So maybe if with some RAG programming and making the agents a bit more intelligent, we'll get better, but we have not gone into this way. And then what I already said, the fuzzy match records tool is a great tool that it's in the standard HANA, in the standard HANA set of tools. So maybe we started with the idea of using the maximum BTP services, and maybe it's not a bad idea to reproduce as many BTP services as we can, because in this case, this one, it helps us a lot doing some syntactic parsing of the questions, okay? So we can see here a quick demo, okay? You can see how it works. This is a real life in our system. So you can see that it takes some time, okay? Maybe the infrastructure, we didn't do any fine-tuning of the infrastructure or of anything. And it gives you a response. In the system prompt, we told him that when the question is to have a list, to do them in a table, okay? So that's the reason that it makes such a nice table in Markdown, actually, okay? For instance, we can ask very sophisticated questions like average repair time for the incidents in the plant of movements and math class, and it tells us that it's been 27 days, okay? How many incidents have been in La Rábida in January with cause not identifiable? So it gives you a number, okay? Sorry. Okay, some things that we did not do. We did not try other models. We just got ChatGPT, the cheapest one, so we did not try alternative models because the problem is not in the model quality. Maybe some latency issues, but with ChatGPT 4.0, the standard, the cheapest one, that's it. Okay, so we didn't test latency at all. The output format was not sophisticated. We think that to do a good model, we need to work stronger in the output format, because the output format is very important for the user. On the other hand, the consumption of this data is going to be through Teams, so Teams has some limitations, okay? So, but we need to work harder on the output format, okay? Why? Because the customer or the end user wants to see graphical interpretation of the data, especially when you have complex sophistication. Tell me about the incidents during the year. So he wants to see a graph on there. Then we'd like to add some machine learning, interpolations, basically. Okay, so basically we want to do some regressions because many of the events that we obtain are time series, so to offer the possibility to continue the time series in using a simple machine learning exercise as an output, okay? And then the third experience is to generate recommendations linked to the process. In this example, we didn't do it, but we did it in another project. And then what we did is the system didn't not only generate search data using a text to SQL, but then validated the data. So basically, it tells the user why the numbers he's obtaining are the numbers that they see. So basically, in the other example, the user said, I want to see my result in this product division for the month of March. It says your result is 25,000 euros. And this result is 1,000 euros lower than the previous year. Then the user can ask, why is lower? And then the system will respond, it's lower because you have more costs. Why do I have more costs? Because your maintenance costs have gone up by 15%. Okay, so in the recommendations, using just a text to SQL and some more sophisticated prompting, we can generate dialogues that the user is quite happy because these are the kind of questions that asks to the system, okay? So what's the future? The future is like our colleagues in the first presentation today, they said about the solution is to develop a set of tools that we can put together in order to create our agent workflow. I fully agree with their vision, and I think that we need to solve access to data tools, OData, SQL, etc. We need to solve the problem to interact with external agents. What happens if we want to put data that is in Salesforce, for instance. We want to propagate authorizations, etc. So the idea is to develop tools that can be reused in several agents in different customers. But the specific text to SQL will be, like this one, difficult to generate and difficult to fine-tune, because the language that the user wants to obtain, it's quite far from the language that SAP uses internally. Okay? So what's our feeling after this project? At the beginning, we were very happy. We were the penguins on top of the iceberg. But after a while, we are realizing that the iceberg is much bigger than we expected. Okay? So there is a lot of things that we haven't thought and we haven't looked. And then we have this fish around, possibly that these fish are Joule and these other tools that are coming that we don't understand very well how we are going to use them. So our feeling now is we'll see how we are going to develop the next one, because we'll use the lessons learned here, but possibly we'll implement some new tools that SAP is offering today, tomorrow, or the week after, because every day there is some novelty here. Okay? So thank you, and if you want to have any information, please contact us directly on the email. Okay? Thank you.
Is it up? So, thank you, everyone. We are the last presentation. First of all, I want to thank everyone for sticking with us until this hour. I promise you we'll be very short and keep it as moving as possible. Well, we're going to talk, I mean, you've been talking about SAP the whole day. We're going to talk about SAP, but in another way. We are going to talk about SAP and the freelancing experience. And before, and I want to make sure you are listening to me, how many of you were, please raise your hands, how many of you were in the, not the last one, but the session, the seat before that here in Barcelona? Was an, yeah, 1, 2, okay, people listen, muy bien, perfecto. Thank you so much. So, I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Silvia Silva. I'm community builder and freelance success manager at Malt. And with me is my former colleague, Magdalena Murtra. She's now a freelance, and she was the one that built the whole freelancing report that we are going to talk about. And she's going to talk about it. So why are we here? First, we're going to present the 7th SAP Barometer. This is a study that we partner with ASISAP. ASISAP is the Association for Independent Consultants on SAP. And what we do is we conduct a survey in order to understand how freelancers are working, how is the labor market on SAP, what are their expectations, and how are they feeling. So this is the 7th barometer, as I say. And first, I'm going to talk a little bit about Malt, because most of you weren't here the session before. Malt is a marketplace for freelance experts. We started in 2013 in France. In Spain, we opened offices in 2017. And right now, at this moment, we are more than 90K, almost 1 million freelancers all over Europe. And we have offices both in Europe and the Middle East. Right now, we're working with more than 70K clients in over 70 countries. And we are pushing to become the go-to freelance management system for clients to go to search for freelance experts. And since last time we were here, what's new on Malt? Well, we launched, and this is a feature that was very much requested, we launched mal.com. Previously, for clients, we gave priority to the community that was based in the same country as the client. And right now, we want to push the boundaries. And we are going to allow clients to look for freelancers, not based on where they are, but based on their skills. And also, we have partnered with SAP Fieldglass and SAP Ariba in order to give punch-out solutions to our clients that uses those tools, so they have a more easy and seamless customer journey in all the invoices, approvals, the hours that freelancers work, so they have everything within their same experience within SAP. And if you want to look for us, we are actually in the SAP store. Right now, the punch-out solutions are there. And within the last 13 months, we have received 720 SAP projects from our clients. And the main models sought are FICO, MM, SD, PP, ABAP, and SuccessFactors, in case you want to know. And now Magdalena is going to talk more about the barometer.
Thank you, Silvia. Before to start in the insights of this barometer, I'm not going to talk about the whole barometer. I'm just going to give you some pills about the results. I would like you also to ask you a question before starting with the results is, how many of you are right now freelancers? There is any on the room? Yeah. And how many of you thought on being freelancer? Okay, so I hope this changed at the end of this presentation. As every year, first of all, I would like to give you some context of who are they, who is these people who is answering the survey, and also where they are working, where they are experts. As you can see, 50% of them has been more than 10 years freelancer, and this percentage growth from the last time, 10%, so we are seeing that it's quite stable. The people who has been freelancer inside SAP has been for a long time. But also, on the other hand, what we are seeing is a decrease of people who is willing to start to being freelancers. So people who have been freelance for less than a year, the percentage is lower than the other years. In terms of like models where they are experts, we can see that it's not all of them, but there is a big representation, and of course the most common models is where there is more freelancers, and we can see that we saw an increase in ABAP, FICO, MM, and SD that as are the most common, it is normal. When we talk about freelancing, we talk about freedom. Freedom of choosing what they want to work with, who they want to work, in which projects. So we ask them, what is the criteria that is most important for them in terms of choosing a project? And of course, is money, is salary. The most important thing is salary. Then is the freedom, is the flexibility to work from where they want, with the timing that they prefer to do, and also the relevance of the project, what they are into this client, which type of project, which type of module, or which type of new feature they are going to develop. This is the most important for them. That is quite normal, of course. This year, we wanted to focus on AI because everyone is talking about AI. We wanted to understand a little bit more about this trend. Like everyone is saying, we launched this AI tool, we launched this AI software. In every landing page of all the clients, there is the AI sentence in some part. So we want to deep dive a little bit more what it means AI for SAP, or at least for the freelance who are working inside SAP. So we asked what is the what they want to learn more, like what they are interested in to improve their knowledge, and of course 92% of them say that AI, as it is normal, it is a trend, like most of them want to learn AI. I guess it's similar for everyone in this scenario today. But we want to go a little bit further and see what is the impact of how is related this AI trend in SAP. So we asked how much of them, or how many of them, use any tool that SAP provides with AI. And 89% of them never use any tool of SAP with AI. So it's a huge difference between what they want to learn and if they really tried to use it. And also, if we want to deep dive a bit more, like in more specific, we ask about SAP Joule, and only 11% of them have worked in a project where SAP Joule has been implemented, and only 2% of them interact directly with the tool. So despite the trend of AI that everyone is trying to jump in, we saw that there is still room of improvement, or at least to spread more the tools that SAP is building with AI. If we could go back to the beginning where we say that salary is the most important thing for freelancers in terms of choosing the projects, of course we ask them, okay, so how much do you are earning per year? How much money do you earn as a freelance? And I guess it's also something interesting for you. As we can see, the numbers are really great, and we are seeing a really nice trend that is growing the percentage of money they are earning every year. We saw that the people who is between 75K and 10K and 100K, increased at 10% this year, and decreased from the lower income that is less than 50K. It lowered and it increased this percentage in the 75 to 100Ks. I would like you to give you also a bit more of context or more insights or information about what is that. As we said, most part of the people who is answering this survey are freelancers that has been in the market for more than 10 years, so they are quite senior. So as more seniority, it's normal that their salaries increase, but also 75% of them are working with international clients. So it means that when you open the barriers, the frontiers, the salaries, incomes can vary more. And this is also link of what in Malt we are trying to do with Malt.com, that is open the borders and focus in the quality and network and projects that has a really impact and not in the country. We liked also these numbers, but we challenge ourselves and see, okay, this is what people is answering the survey. Let's check this with the reality of Malt. So we went inside our data, and what we extract what our freelancers in SAP that are having projects, how much they are earning every year. As we can see, the trend is really similar of their general results, that people in Malt that are in SAP freelancers and having projects, right now they are earning between 77K and 110K. There is a difference between 70 and 110, but this is because the projects the duration is not always 12 months, so there is a bit of variety. And also, a good news is that these range increased 10K from the previous editions. So slowly, freelancers on Malt are earning a little bit more. If you want to know more about the barometer, you can type it in Google. It's barometer SAP Malt, and the first thing that will appear is the full barometer. But we don't want to give you like all the data because it's a lot what we have been asking. But I hope it has been insightful for you. And for me, my question, Sylvia, is how I, as a SAP expert, can earn this money inside the platform?
Well, first, you need to join Malt as a freelancer. And why do you need to do it if you're thinking about becoming a freelancer? Well, first, because it's a better way to find projects. The way our product is built, it doesn't make you spend time on looking for the projects. When you have your profile created on Malt and optimized, the projects come to you, directly to you. You can work, focus on the work and not the admin task, because when you do projects on Malt, everything is done automatically, the proposals, the invoices, and the payments. And talking about the payments, which is the most important thing, when you do projects on Malt, you don't have to wait 30, 60, or more days for a client to pay. because we have a cash advance benefit, which means that after a client approves your month of work or the end of the project, you receive the payment only 10 days after that. And we wait for the client to pay on his own terms. And of course, we have a whole team focused on give you the best freelance experience. And the best of all is that it's free to be part of the community. We only go and win in case you win. And for that, I think it's all that we got for today. I promise it will be short, and I want to invite you to join MAL. You can either go directly on the homepage or download the mobile app, and of course, you can follow us on LinkedIn, and we can connect. And this is that for us, and thank you all for listening and for being such a good sport.
Hi, Gerard. Come here, please. Come to the stage. We are looking to refer a new device for presentation. That's from someone that for hold here. No one knows it. We can refer it. No. So now we are referring the last 4 backpacks. It. It. High level. So, Jespo is here in the room. Edu? No. Can anyone see it? No. Now set. Alfonso, also. Martinez, Xavi, also. Dani Macias is still here. Fine. From Viladecans. Yeah. F. Rank. Also. Enrique. We don't know which. Carlas. Again. So. Josep Maria from Viladecans also. And Gerard. So now, Antonio, we need your higher innocent hand. It's the higher champion, SAP champion, innocent hand. So you need to make 4 runs. 4 races. Import the data. Uy, Gerard. Uy, Jespo.
Estábamos juntos, pero...
Casi, Gerard. Congratulations. Antonio. H, E. Uy. Xavi de Vers, the backpack. Better than Gerard.
Okay.
Any
Thank
word?
you.
Any word?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for Gerard.
Thank you for Gerard.
How many? Two. Uy. Sí, bueno. No. Congratulations. Some words for the audience?
Muchas gracias. Thank you.
And the last one, so we need to remove Gerard, Enrique. No. Venga, va. No. Edu. The last backpack for the anyone that published 10 pictures in the forum. Congratulations. Now, before to leave, please, you have to open the post in the SAP community group and give kudos here in the blog to any one of the contributors that publish. This is for Hack, the SAP forums only. You has been banned.
Sí, ya veo, pero voy a apoyar más, que sepas así de Madrid, porque de momento esto no me va a premio. Pero esto queda retirar, cambia.
Okay, then time to close. First of all, thanks. Thanks for being here. Thanks for making it happen. Thanks for being present. Thanks for participating in SAP Barcelona community. And we are volunteers, you know. We belong to SAP community, so we don't get any money from organizing that kind of events. But we enjoy a lot some months ago starting to organize and thinking how we can deliver an IT around SAP event for our community. I invite you to spread the word, to connect, to talk to your colleagues, to engage with them, and to say, hey, guys, there is an event about the SAP community in Barcelona. Come on, join us, and let's grow together. I also encourage you to follow us on social networks. We are on Instagram. All the event has been streamed live on YouTube and also on LinkedIn. We have also a group on LinkedIn. From time to time, we push some notifications. Of course, obviously, I invite you to join an SAP community website. There is the group Barcelona. There also we inform all activities related to SAP World here in Barcelona, maybe organized by a partner, maybe organized by SAP Spain, maybe organized by Spanish user group, whatever. Now we invite you to have 1 hour networking. At 6 o'clock this afternoon, we will close the room, so everybody should be out. And remember that we are going to, next week, to start to think how we can celebrate next year our 10th anniversary, and we hope that you will join us next year here also. Thanks a lot, and thanks to the team.
It's my first time, like, I organize the seat. Thank you for all of them that you can join us for the next year and try to come here for anything that you do it like a partner or like a customer. So we are really very happy that you come the next year also, and it's for the 10 times to do it the seat, so see you next year.
Anyone would like to come here to say something? No, no one? So, thanks a lot.
And I'll be there for you, like I've been there before.